Good evening. I'd like to call on to order tonight's meeting of the Kennebunk Planning Board. Today is Monday, July 24th, 2023. It's nice to see such a nice packed house here. Don't often see as much interest, but we'll get through it as we can. First item on our agenda is a public hearing for a subdivision at 7 Traditional Way. First, we'll hear from the town planner, Brittany Howard. Then we'll hear from the applicant. The board will ask some initial questions, and then we'll open up a public hearing for comments on that application. After the public hearing, the board may take action on the application. Brittany.
Housekeeping item, do you want to elevate Dan Kiley to sit in for Ted, who cannot be at the meeting tonight?
Thank you. In absence of regular member Ted, we will elevate Dan Kiley to a voting member for the meeting. Thank you.
So this application is for 7 Traditional Lane, map 62, lot 19. They're proposing 3 lots and a 7,232 square foot wetland impact. It's in the business park zone, Branch Brook Aquifer Zone A, Zone B, and Zone BBPA, as well as the shoreland overlay. There currently is an office building located on the property. The three different districts have different net lot areas. So the big lot in the back would have a 3 acre, and the 2 smaller lots would only have a 40,000 square foot requirement. This project was before the board on June 12th for the preliminary review. They're now before the board for their public hearing. They are not before the board for uses on these lots at this time. That would come at a subsequent meeting. They're just looking at the road access and then the lot size for the creation of the lot at this time. The original application, they were looking for waivers from water and sewer. They're now proposing to extend water and sewer down that access way. So they're still looking for waivers from the plan requirements showing the actual uses on those 2 new lots and street design standards. There was a letter memo from the town engineer, who's also sitting next to me this evening, about the response to their initial review, as well as an email from the fire chief that he was okay with the truck turning plans that they supplied. Because this is a wetland fill, it does have to go through Article 15 for wetland mitigation, which the applicant supplied documentation in the original application, and they are looking to do the fee in lieu of off-site improvements. There's also a memo from the Conservation Commission that was supplied to the applicant as well as the board.
Floor is yours. Yeah, turn on the mic, bottom of the, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board, and thank you, Brittany. That was a great summary. Just
Introduce yourself. Sorry.
My name is Lucian Langlois with Atlantic Resource Consultants. I'm representing Split Rock LLC for this small subdivision project located on Traditional Lane, just a short drive from the center of town, right off Route 1. The total lot size is just under 8 acres. Like Brittany mentioned, Lot 1, or proposed Lot 1, is already developed with a private well, septic, office building, and the applicant seeks to extend Traditional Lane and widen it in order to accommodate future access to these lots. As it was previously stated, we're not planning to do any individual lot development, therefore we don't have things like building footprints, elevations, lighting, anything like that. Due to the site constraints on this site, there's a very narrow 50-foot easement, and that easement gives us a few constraints that we've gone to the drawing board, looked at this road design, tried to make it as wide as we can, considering the wetland and the limitation of this right-of-way width. We are only able to meet local road standards. So this is one of the waivers that we're asking for. Originally, we would have to meet a arterial or commercial road. So we've done our best to do that. We've received comments from Chris, and what we've thought is we've come up with hopefully a compromise that the board will be willing to hear and consider. Due to the width of this road not meeting commercial road standards, we'd like to propose a average daily trip limitation of 250 average daily trips, and we take that from local road standards when they're in the growth district. We don't know the type of uses on these lots, so it's kind of tough to get at this this issue, but I feel like that will be a big discussion today, so just wanted to end with that.
All right, thank you. Board members, some questions? Dan, I'll start with you.
Just looking through the Conservation Commission's comments and feedback, and then remembering our site walk last year, and the weather this year relative to the rains. They referenced that the wetland conditions back when this was submitted in November of 2020, and how that relates to our current weather. What's the...
You want me to handle it? Yeah, I'm also joined by Jim, and Jim is the applicant, landowner, also a wetland scientist, soil scientist, and site evaluator. Jim has a lot of knowledge on this property that he owns, including the wetland delineation that was done by him and reviewed by another soil scientist, wetland scientist. So I'll let him take over the details that we found.
Just a point to be made. The building that is there that Lucian referenced, where my business has been sited, has been there since 2019. I'm familiar with this property since Dan Higgins bought it in 1995. I have been on and off this property since that time. I'll tell you, after the last rain pattern that we've just experienced, some of the wettest weather in the summer, those wetlands haven't budged from the edge of where they were. That site is so flat, we could take so much rain there, the edges of those wetlands haven't changed a bit. They're not beyond the limits of where they usually are. Nothing is ponded beyond where the wetland delineation flags are on that site. You can literally see the ponding that's occurring out there is directly beneath the blue flags. So in reference to your specific comment, no amount of the rain that we've just had has had any effect on the size of that wetland or an affect that would change and make it larger in any way. It's not even impounded deeper than it usually is.
And the only, where I was going with that eventually was the driveway cutting across that one portion there, and the impact to that.
It's understood that the Conservation Commission is concerned about any wetland impact in this town. I'm going to re-emphasize for this board that while the town has this mapped as a priority to wetland, this is strictly speaking a forested freshwater wetland. No water bodies are present, no vernal pool habitat exists there, and essentially it's due to the shoreline zoning standards that you folks add to it strictly on the basis of its size, nothing more. This is a typical forested wetland that you can find anywhere. As a matter of fact, it's very prevalent in below town in this commercial zone. So this is something that has been experienced all over the place. With other expansions in the area. There's the same wetland system that the new Restore is in front of. That's the same wetland system that is back behind that building.
I'd just like to add a few things here on those comments. So it was noted that it was an unusually dry time of the year. An experienced wetland scientist, when they're doing their delineation, they look for vernal pool depressions, and they don't need the water to be there for those calls. There's various things that the Natural Resource Protection Act, enforced by DEP, discusses about vernal pools and looking in the off-season. In fact, they call the vernal pool depression a spring or fall high water line. So even though it was looked at in November, those kind of decisions can be made. Essentially what you do is you flag an area as a potential candidate for vernal pool, and you look at it. Through Jim's delineation efforts, he didn't find any candidates for being vernal pool habitat.
Thanks, Dan. Janice? Janice, do you have any questions?
My question is about the utilities. You know, this is a little unusual, the way we're arranging it with everything kind of coming after the fact. Will those utilities be in prior to marketing the parcels for sale?
No, they will not. The applicant will discuss construction of the road and who's going to foot the bill for that according to who is interested in the property.
Okay, and will all 3 lots be sold or just the bigger 2?
Just the 2. The applicant will retain the first office in front. That's where his office is.
Okay.
The first lot, excuse me.
All right, and I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Janice. Bob?
There we go. No, I'm all set. Janice asked the question I just had, so.
Okay, thanks. Dick?
Hi. If we give approval to fill this area and for you to construct the road, are you going to construct the road at this point in time prior to the lots being sold and prior to knowing what type of development is going to go on those lots?
No construction will occur until there is a buyer that is interested in these lots. And at that time, when a buyer has a particular use for one of these lots, he needs to come, or he or she needs to come before the planning board and discuss that for review and consideration. And at that time, things like traffic counts and building elevations and lighting and landscaping, things like that can be discussed. So no construction until you see another person in front of you.
Okay, it's important to me that that not happen, that you don't build the road before you decide what's there, because I'd hate to fill 7,000 square feet of wetland and build a road and then never get sold and nothing ever gets built there. That would be a travesty, because even priority 2 wetlands are important. And as we keep going down the road we're going down, they're going to become more and more important. So those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dick. I don't have any additional questions at this time. So at this point, we'll open up a public hearing. If any members of the public have questions or comments about this application, please come to the podium and we will hear your comments and questions.
Good evening, I'm Susan Bloomfield. I live in West Kennebunk. With even a cursory look, this project is smack in the middle of wetlands. There was a time when wetlands were somewhat sacrosanct. Only significant projects were ever considered. Developers had to convince municipal, state, and federal authorities that wetland destruction was necessary for the greater good, and if approved, significant mitigation efforts were mandatory. Of late, it appears that anything goes in this town, any subdivision, any house lot, no problem. The clear description that this 7,232 square foot wetland alteration project, quote, drains in a southern direction through a network of wetlands off the property that ultimately drain to Branch Brook, unquote, serves merely as poetry, not a red flag to the town planners, the planning board, or anyone else. There was a mention that the vernal pool assessment was done in November. If true, this is outrageous. The only proper time to do a survey is in the spring after a good snowpack. At any other time, no one could determine the existence of or life in a vernal pool. I am disappointed and disgusted that, again, the town is considering more development in wetlands. Sincere wetlands protection is where we need to go here.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Board members have additional comments or follow-up questions regarding anything?
Just, Chris, just thinking about Dick's commented the road will not be constructed, no construction going on until, until there's a plan of development for whatever that winds up being. I guess the question becomes, or concern is that you're asking for a waiver on the road size, but we don't know what's gonna be in the back of that parcel, right? So ultimately, I think, working backwards, it's going to determine what actually goes there, based on that road size. So that's the only concern I have at this point, is that to say this makes sense as well relative to an unknown in the future, it's really gonna limit potentially what those future options are, I think.
And if I can respond, my proposal to limit that average daily traffic counts would essentially limit who could build on this lot. For instance, if it was a commercial restaurant, that's probably going to be a no-go, and with that amount of traffic, that probably makes sense for the local road standards that we have. But we don't know what's going to be there, so it's a tough challenge.
Two comments I might like to make to the board. Number one, and I emphasized this the last time I was here, or it was made clear to me the last time I was here, is should we gain approval and pay the in lieu fee, there is only, I think, is a 12-month period of time within which the road can get built?
Special exceptions have a 12-month free to start work, and then there's an additional 6 months free to finish, so it's 18 months total.
Let me make that abundantly clear. A different comment I'll make, and this is relative to Lucian's and yours, Dan, is that I've been there since 2019. I would like to stay there for the rest of my career. As such, I don't know that I have heartburn over limiting the maximum dollar value of a property back there by limiting the number of traffic trips. I personally would rather not see a restaurant back there or something that would generate that kind of traffic. So if that's enough of a kind of a personal comment to the board, my personal feel, and maybe that's different than other applicants because my building is right there. So I would appreciate that consideration.
Chris Ostrander.
So a couple of things to consider. Regardless of the street classification, your wetland impact is basically going to be maximized.
Yep.
Whether you're local, minor, or industrial. So that's for said. One thing, if you do entertain this, what I would say is you want to make it very clear on the plan, because somebody could use up all those trips on one lot and never see that third lot developed. The other thing is, when you exceed 250 trips per day under our standard, it does require a second means of access, which this site does not have unless you waive that standard. So those are kind of the basic considerations. The other thing that would usually come into play is the capacity. You're not going to get a substantial amount of stormwater coming off these properties because of the topography. It is going to be what it's going to be. Utilities, from a water supply perspective, there's plenty of water there. Utilities going to be low pressure force main, so that's much more flexible in terms of the use there. 250 trips per day can get realized pretty quickly, though. So I think that's the only difference is, from a functional standpoint, the 24-foot wide road, if you go with a curbed minor road, would be appropriate to handle that traffic. So that is not, if you're not taking tractor trailers deliveries, a 24-foot wide road should be fine. Emergency fire apparatus can get there, can be served by other vehicles. So you wouldn't be limiting development potential other than what's allowed by the ordinance, if that makes sense.
I think I understood that. Bob, you have,
I'm all set, Chris.
go ahead. Yeah.
Can you tell us again, and maybe your client needs to tell us, but why you want us to approve this prior to knowing what's going to be there? I mean, generally, that's what we do. We have a project and that's what we approve. And in this case, we're approving a wetland crossing of 7,000 plus square feet, which is not insignificant.
Right.
And it's.
The two very viable lots.
I think I'd like to hear exactly why we need to do that before we know what exactly what's going to be there.
There's a $43,000 impact fee that I can't afford to pay. that's critical to getting that road constructed within the 12-month time frame that's allowed. My bank, I hold a mortgage, or my bank holds a mortgage on all 8 acres almost, and my building. They will not release any land until the board approves something that can be marketed as an approved project. That lot, even if it was split, likely would never get sold unless we had also the approval from the board for the wetland impact. Whether that occurs prior to marketing a lot or not, I can't really say that for sure, but I believe it's going to have to be that way in order for me to get this done. So my hope was to enter into some kind of an agreement with a buyer and make contingencies and come back to this board and perhaps sit here in this audience over again with the applicant for that building or for whatever that use may be. I've had a couple of confidential conversations. They're still fairly active, both with local excavator in town as well as a local landscaper in town who might like to site businesses over here. So the traffic trips generated would be nothing like the 250 we're talking about. None of that is hammered out on paper, so I can't really stand here and give you that commitment, but that it's the apparatus around the bank that's forcing me to create the value, if you will, in these two commercial lots, which will be viable once the approval for the wetland fill is granted and the division takes place and we can record at the registry. Because then I can release by deed a portion of the property to somebody else, even if it's only through a purchase and sale, to come back to the board with a specific proposal.
If as a follow-up to that, if we approve this and you market your property and you don't get the outcome that you want, in other words, you can't start the project, you can't finish the project within the time limits, what's your plan B? I mean, what do we do with that approval?
I go like crazy to try to make it happen.
I understand.
And if it fails, I come back to you and I ask for an extension. Brittany
or
has
it
told us
expires.
there's a one-year extension.
Or it expires?
Yeah.
Or it expires, but I don't intend to let anything expire. I wouldn't be wasting your time or my time. And nobody wants to put 7,000 feet of road fill in for no reason. I've been doing this my whole career. I wouldn't do that for my clients either. Why would I want that for me? So I do anticipate following through with this as well. I don't ever expect this to be a road to nowhere, okay?
I think that's one of the things that we want to make sure doesn't happen. So, okay. Thank you, Jim.
All right, so what we're considering here is a lot split and a wetland fill approval, essentially. All of which would be conditioned on a certain number of trips per day and any modifications or any changes, i.e. any building that happens on here has to come back to the planning board.
Any site development would come back to the board.
Because it's not on this plan, so any change to this plan has to get approved by this board.
Correct.
Because it's a subdivision. So just so that we're all clear on what we're approving, and so that the public also understands.
And that we know what's going to be built before the road is started, before the fill and the road is started, so that we don't wind up with a road to nowhere.
I think that's pretty much what Jim has indicated. Nothing's gonna happen until he can actually sell the lot. If he sells the lot and someone has to come in and get the approval for development of that lot, which would then trigger doing the road and utility improvements. So, until they come back to us, nothing's gonna happen to that road.
But we all know that things change. Somebody could buy the whole shebang from Jim and have a different philosophy.
So one thing we can do is certainly, unless somebody's trying to do work without a permit, we can add restrictions to each of those parcels. If they were to be split tonight, once they get created, we can add a restriction within each one that limits any building permit issuance basically won't issue a building permit until it's either changed its use where it's somehow exempt from review, which it's not going to be based on this location, or it comes back before the board and gets appropriate approval. So you do have some kind of safeguards with what we have for technology.
Okay. So we'll go through the findings of facts and conditions of approval. The final
Before you do that, they do have the 2 waiver requests.
Sorry, thank you. This is why we keep you around.
So she gets the big one.
That's right. Waiver requests. Lucian, if you can make your official waiver request one at a time, and we will go through each one.
Sure thing. So the Split Rock LLC is requesting a waiver of road construction and design standards from a arterial commercial road down to a local road. And the second waiver that we are officially requesting is for plan requirements to be waived because we don't know what the particular uses are for these lots.
Board members have questions or comments about the waiver requests?
I'll make a motion to waive the applicant's request
Approve the waiver request?
Approve the waiver request.
for the waiver of Article 6, Section 6.3D 15, plan requirements for multifamily and non-residential subdivisions. And this is to allow us to give him permission to kind of do this in reverse. Come back to us when the use is known for the 2 lots.
The motion?
Second?
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? None? That waiver is granted. Question?
She said with the condition that they come back before the board when they have the use.
Yeah.
Just making sure Chris and I heard the same thing over here.
Okay, second?
Yep.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the applicant's request for a waiver from Section 862, Street Design and Construction Standards, to allow the proposed T-turn at the end of the proposed roadway, with the caveat being that when these 2 lots are developed, the applicants will need to come to us for approval of an appropriate turnaround on each lot to allow emergency vehicle circulation.
Second?
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
What they're asking for is a reduction, reduce the standard from a commercial industrial street to a local street, and that's what they're asking for, in addition to the element of the T turnaround. So that's why it has to be reduced to a local road standard. That's what the request is for.
I'll take that friendly amendment.
Excuse me, may I ask if you would be kind enough to repeat then what the actual motion is, as amended?
Sure.
Sure, not a problem, Jim. What did I say? That the request is to construct a local road in lieu of a commercial industrial street design standard requirement in order to accommodate for the 50-foot T turnaround at the end of the road.
Jimmy got the first part okay, right?
Is this where we put a condition of the 250 trips per day on this waiver as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll condition this waiver that this road will not exceed 250 trips per day at build-out. So a motion's been made and seconded and amended and conditioned. Any further discussion? Yes, Dan?
Just one question. The 250 count applies to all 3 parcels or just parcels 2 and 3?
The total,
Total of all 3 parcels?
yeah.
Correct.
I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The waiver request has been granted. 5 in favor, none opposed. Now we'll go through the findings of fact, conditions of approval. Final subdivision plan of 7 Traditional Lane, property owner Split Rock LLC. Site location is 7 Traditional Lane, 3 lots. Lot 1 has an existing structure, lots 2 and 3 are vacant in the zoning districts, Business Park, Branch Brook, Aquifer Protections, Zone A, Zone B, and Zone BPP, Zone BBPA, and Shoreland Overlay. Assessor's map 62 lot 19. Kennebunk Planning Board has reviewed the above noted development utilizing the standards of reviewing land subdivision and the Kennebunk zoning ordinance based upon the application and materials submitted in support of the application. Together with the evidence submitted at the public hearing on the application, the Planning Board makes the following findings with respect to standards of Title 30A, subsection 4404, and Article 11, Section 8 of the zoning ordinance guidelines listed below. MRSA 30A, subsection 4401, 4404, number 1, pollution will not result in undue water or air pollution. In making this determination, it shall at least consider the elevation of land above sea level and its relation to floodplains, the nature of soils and subsoils and their ability to adequately support waste disposal, the slope of the land and its effect on effluents, and the availability of streams for disposal of effluents, and the applicable state and local health and water resource regulations. Standard is met. Go ahead, Bob.
May I, only because we do not have development plans for either of those lots, that to say that this is in conformance would mean we still would need to require a full understanding of the stormwater management of these lots. So I would put in here as a condition that the grading and stormwater management become part of the final approval on this. It's conditioned upon that coming back for review before the planning board, which just goes on with what we're doing. Because right now, we're saying there's no pollution, there's no development
Yep.
in terms of any engineered information, other than the grading of the road.
In fact, it's a requirement of a future planning board review? Is that not built
think-
right into the ordinance?
The understanding here is that the application before us is what we're approving,
Right.
which basically consists of a road construction and the
That's
plan
right.
for that. So I think your point is noted, that all these, essentially, the approval will be conditioned upon further review of a development plan by this board once it is made.
Which would include
Which
stormwater
includes
and grading.
stormwater, erosion control, and all that stuff.
And I will apologize for not having been here the last meeting. Has a stormwater review been done on the roadway? So, no stormwater has been reviewed on the roadway other than grading and drainage and utility design. So there's been no review of that. So as long as we have a full condition at the end,
Yep.
in order to say that that is in conformance, it has to be subject to that further review. So I don't think we should
Okay.
be saying standard is met unless we put that condition. And that condition may follow with every one of these things we go through. I just want to make sure that's clear. And it's a belt and suspenders way of making sure it protects the public, it protects the applicant, that we know exactly what's going to be done.
Okay.
So Bob, to be clear, you want that to be a condition on some of them going forward?
Yes, with the
Okay,
condition
instead
that
of an overarching condition at the end? Okay.
the standard is met with a condition that further review of the pollution control standards will be done when we review the development plan. 2, has sufficient water available for the reasonably foreseeable needs of the subdivision. Standard is met. 3, municipal water supply will not cause an unreasonable burden on the existing water supply if one is to be utilized. Standard is met. 4, erosion will not cause unreasonable soil erosion or reduction of the capacity of land to hold water so that a dangerous or unhealthy condition may result. The standard is met with the condition that any further development or review, further development will be reviewed and we'll need to see additional erosion control measures when the board sees it again. 5, traffic will not cause unreasonable highway or public road congestion or unsafe conditions with respect to use of highways or public roads, existing or proposed. The standard is met. This is inside.
You want to put the condition in there? Put the 250
Yep,
trips?
we can, standard is met with the condition that this road does not exceed 250 trips per day from these 3 lots. 6, sewage disposal will provide for adequate sewage waste disposal, will not cause an unreasonable burden on town services if they are utilized. The standard is met with the condition that we get an approved sign-off of septic design, or sewer design when the development comes back for review. 7, municipal solid waste disposal will not cause an unreasonable burden on the ability of municipality to dispose of solid waste and sewage if municipal services are to be utilized. The standard is met. 8, aesthetic, cultural, and natural values will not have an undue adverse effect on the scenic or natural beauty of the area, aesthetics, historic sites, or rare and irreplaceable natural areas, or any public rights to physical or visual access of the shoreline. The standard is met. 9, conformity with local ordinances and plans is in conformance with the duly adopted subdivision regulation, comprehensive plan, and zoning ordinance of the town of Kennebunk. Standard is met. 10, financial and technical capacity. The subdivider has adequate financial and technical capacity to meet the standards of these regulations. Standard is met. 11, surface waters and outstanding river segments. Whenever situated in whole or part within 250 feet of any pond, lake, river, or tidal waters will not adversely affect the quality of that water body. That standard is not applicable. 12, groundwater will not, alone or in conjunction with existing activities, adversely affect the quality or quantity of groundwater. Standard is met. 13, flood areas. The subdivider will determine, based on the Federal Emergency Management Agency's flood boundary and floodway maps and flood insurance rate maps, whether the subdivision is in a flood-prone area. If the subdivision or any part of it is in such an area, the subdivider will determine if a 100-year floodplain will determine the 100-year flood elevation and flood hazard boundaries within the subdivision, and the proposed subdivision shall include a condition of plat approval requiring principal structures in the subdivision to be constructed with their lowest floor, including basement, at least 2 feet above 100-year flood elevation. The standard is met, it is not in a floodplain. 14, stormwater. The proposed subdivision will provide for adequate stormwater management. Standard is met with a condition that upon any development on any of the lots, a full stormwater plan needs to be provided and approved by this board before a building permit may be issued. 15, river, stream, or brook. Any river, stream, or brook within or abutting the proposed subdivision has been identified on any maps. Standard is met. 16, freshwater wetlands. All freshwater wetlands within the proposed subdivision have been identified on any map submitted as part of the application, regardless of the size of these wetlands. Standard is met. Do we, these regulations don't go through the wetland?
They go through Article 15, it's added at the end
At
as
the
the
end.
C.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so it goes to the wetland mitigation requirements, which are different than the other requirements. I put those in place of the Article 7 requirements,
Okay.
because now we have the wetland mitigation
Yeah,
ordinance, so.
all right, so I won't address that here. 17, spaghetti lots prohibited. If any lots in the proposed subdivision have shore frontage on a river, stream, or brook, great pond, or coastal wetland, these features are defined. None of these are located, lots are created within the subdivision that have a lot depth to shore frontage ratio greater than 5 to 1. The standard is met, or not applicable, sorry. 18, lake phosphorus concentration is not applicable. 19, impact on adjoining municipalities is not applicable. 20, lands subject to liquidation harvesting, not applicable. Article 11, Section 8.
So this goes through like lighting, non-residential, there's effective buffers, so this is what you would review if there was an actual site plan in front of you, so I'm not sure how you'd like to go through this section, or if you want to put that this would be reviewed when they come back before the board.
Um,
I think this would apply to that requirement that they come back for review by this board for
Yep.
development proposal for either of the two lots, or actually, both lots, but. So in order to establish the criteria of satisfaction, you can't do that at this point.
Okay. Yeah, Article 11, Section 8, compliance cannot be reviewed at this time. We hold off on we reserve the right to review these applications for compliance with this section once a development plan is proposed and put forward. Building permit cannot be issued for either lot until this section is approved. C, Kennebunk Planning Board has reviewed the above noted proposal utilizing the following set of approval criteria from Article 15, wetland mitigation of the Kennebunk zoning ordinance, and determined that, 1, the project will not disturb a wetland of special significance or its setback. That standard is met. 2, for projects that fill or disturb from 1 to 499 square feet of wetland, the applicant has made a clear showing. So this is not applicable because it goes to the next one, right? Is that right, Brittany? We skip this one and we go to... This would be from 500 to... Whatever, what's the criteria for DEP?
It's the other way around. The 499 to the other one.
500 to what's the upper limit?
14999.
Sorry, one person?
Go ahead.
1499. Okay. Number 2 should say projects that fill or disturb from 500 to 1,499 square feet of wetland. The applicant has made a clear showing that A, no reasonable alternative exists, and no greater setback from the shoreline wetland area can be achieved. The applicant shall provide evidence that the following alternatives are not feasible. Utilizing lowercase 1, I. Utilizing, managing, or expanding one or more other sites that would avoid or reduce the wetland impact. 2, reducing the size, scope, configuration, or density of the project as proposed, thereby avoiding or reducing the wetland impact. Or 3, developing an alternative project design such as cluster development that avoids or lessens the wetland impact. Standard is met. The applicant has shown that the existing right-of-way that they're creating, there really is no reasonable alternative that exists to provide access to these lots, and that the wetland impact cannot be avoided. Comments on that? B, a project that meets all federal, state permit requirements, and the applicant provides evidence that those agencies have approved the application. standards met, there is no.
We have a DEP application that was approved in April, I believe, of this year.
And Army Corps.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
it was in one of the previous submittals.
We have received both the Army Corps and DEP approval letters from the application. 3, in addition to meeting the criteria in subsection 2A of this section for projects filling or disturbing from 500 to 14,999 square feet,
This is if they were going to do a preservation of land off-site, which is not what they're proposing to do. They're proposing to do the in lieu of fee, so this one would be not applicable because they're doing the in lieu of fee.
all right, so this, number 3 is not applicable. So at what point do we talk about the fee?
So you could talk about it at this point, it's not applicable because they're doing the in lieu of fee for the total, and that's, we've decided that that's going to be due at the time of the shoreland permit that would be issued from the building department, because that's the actual permit that they would receive to go ahead and commence work on the site.
So number 3 is not applicable because the applicant is choosing to do, to pay a fee in lieu of preservation. That fee was determined to be $43,175.04, which will be due upon the issuance of
Issuance of the shoreland.
the shoreland building permit. Okay, so the additional conditions for this plan approval will be, again, to reiterate that the road, this commercial subdivision of 3 lots will not produce more than 250 trips per day. And that second condition is that any change of the plan, i.e. any development plan, must come back before the planning board for review and approval before an issuance of a building permit can be made.
Respond to the rest of Chris's comments that were included in the memo. And then obviously they, like you had stated, the final sewer and water approval when they come back with the additional review. You had mentioned that as a condition in one of the earlier reviews.
Yeah, I think, okay. So conditions that they further reply to comments from the town engineer, and the condition that the sewer approval is reviewed and approved. A letter from the Kennebunk Sewer Department signing off on their sewer design after it is reviewed by this board.
And water.
Sewer and water, forgive me. Yep. So those are the conditions.
Jim, you have all the conditions? I didn't turn my mic on.
It's okay.
Yeah, you would.
All right. We'll entertain a motion.
Here. I'd like to make a motion for the planning board to approve the findings and fact and conditions of approval for the final subdivision plan of 7 Traditional Lane, property owner Split Rock LLC. And this is to divide the property into 3 lots, one of which has an existing structure, the other 2 which are vacant, as conditioned.
Second?
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Friendly amendment, can you just do findings and plan? Shouldn't say and plan in her motion.
Findings of fact, conditions of approval and plan approval?
Okay, I'll take the
amend
friendly,
And plan approval.
friendly amendment.
She accepts that friendly amendment. Is there,
Second on the friendly amendment?
okay? Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. 5 in favor, none opposed. The plan is approved with conditions.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Good luck, Jim.
Next item on our agenda is a public hearing on a contract zone for Kennebunk Savings Bank at 7 Alewife Park Road, map 27, lot 14. Again, we'll hear from the town planner, then we'll hear from the applicant, who will go over the entire plan for the public's benefit. The board will then ask any clarifying questions. Then we'll open up a public hearing, hear comments from the public. At the end of the public hearing, the board may take action on the application tonight. Brittany, when you're ready.
So this is a proposed contract zone for 7 Alewife Park Road, map 27, lot 14. It's currently in the industrial zone and shoreland overlay. Kennebunk Savings Operations Center is currently on the site, is about 44 acres. This application is before the board for their public hearing on the proposed contract zone. The board conducted a preliminary review of the proposal on May 22nd and June 26th. The board held a site walk on June 8th. They are proposing a contract zone that would allow for an affordable housing project of 70 units to be on one lot. The remaining lot would be open space, and then the KSB Operation Centers would be on its own parcel. There are a few housekeeping items in the memo that would need to be addressed. Basically, Lot 2 is going to be preserved as open space. This should be noted in the contract zone agreement. There's an item in bulk and space that should be removed. There's some green perimeter comments that just need to be addressed. There's nothing really major with regards to some of the comments since the board has seen this application so many times. There are some waivers that they are looking for temporarily that they would come back before pending they make it through town vote and those types of things and review by the select board. They are asking for these temporary waivers at this point in time for review by this board, one of which is total existing and proposed building coverage, existing and proposed impervious surface, signage, lighting, wastewater disposal, those types of things. Are sort of more an in-depth review that would happen at further review. There was an email from the town attorney that was submitted to the board and to the applicant for review. And the Conservation Commission did review this at their meeting on the 17th, and they had no comments at this time. I have received some comments from abutters, but as we typically do in this fashion, the people in the room get precedence since they took time out of their evening, and I would read those into the record after that. Henry Hess is here from Sebago Technics to give a little bit more in depth for those who weren't able to attend either of the previous meetings.
Thank you.
Good evening. Nice to see everybody this evening. So this project, my name is Henry Hess. I'm representing Kennebunk Savings, the applicant this evening. The 7 Alewife Park Road contract zone is being proposed in order to actually include a multifamily dwellings, multifamilies, and affordable housing. And Avesta Housing we're looking to develop two 35-unit single bedroom units of affordable housing. The site out there today exists. There actually is an existing drive. You'll see the proposed drive there on screen that actually leads up into the proposed parking lot. That actually, for the most part, exists today. There would be some improvements to actually improve that driveway. And a majority of the parking lot proposed is actually out on the existing parking lot that's considerably vacant today. There is some storage of some vehicles out there. But it is an underutilized parking lot back there. And far left, or you could say kind of the southwest of the parcel there, it's a reclaimed gravel pit. So that would actually be preserved as open space. That whole section where that lot is divided there that Brittany is pointing to the left of that property line there is the open space that would be preserved and the reclaimed gravel pit, and to the right is the proposed development there. This project would also improve or provide improved connections to the Eastern Trail as well. The Eastern Trail does kind of stop right up by about the Kennebunk Savings parcel up there, and it would actually create the connection through and down to Alfred Road there. So that's just kind of the brief overview of the parcel. We are requesting a few temporary waivers, as Brittany stated, for lighting and a few other items there that will also allow to a more in-depth review at a site plan. The board's seen this project a couple times. We've certainly talked a little bit about that connection to Independence. We're certainly willing to move in the direction that the data supports. And so when we get into a site plan review and the data supports making a connection there and working in the best interest of not only just the town, but the surrounding area there, and working with the supporting data. So whether it says make that connection to make a viable road and to make the traffic improvements better, or vice versa. Additionally, as part of the space and bulk, there were a few items that were added to the setbacks that include larger setbacks for new construction from the Eastern Trail. As part of that, initially, these buildings were actually about 25, 30 feet further to the north, closer to the Eastern Trail location and the residential abutters. Through some conversations with staff and some feedback, we've certainly included what is a 50-foot setback against the Eastern Trail for new construction within this zone. And of course, to any directly abutting residential lots, we have what would be a 30-foot green perimeter strip, which also acts as a buffer. That would be some of the high-level items there. Initially, I believe in our last submission, just before this, we actually had fire access around in the form of pedestrian egress paths. As part of this submission, move around here. We actually have included what would be fire access lanes around the back that currently we'd tentatively think that might be some sort of like a grass pave or a alternative that would be more green than just pavement, be a little bit more amenable to just a absolute gravel road through there. But certainly we'd look to work those details through in a site plan review. But that was something as a request from the fire marshal that we made sure we were incorporating as a part of this site plan. So with that, I would like to turn it over to the board. We'd certainly look to handle any questions, comments the board may have, and certainly as it gets opened up to the public. We just appreciate everybody's time and consideration on the project.
Thank you. Dan?
No questions at this time.
Great.
Thanks.
Janice, do you have any questions?
I had a few. What happens again with, and I think I asked this question before, you've got a space between the proposed development and the edge of the property. Will that be considered for future development? Kind of down in the front, like you come down, keep going.
This lower section here?
The lower section.
Right
Yeah,
through
kind of
here?
there, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly a potential, but there's nothing planned there for right now.
Okay,
There's no plans in the, there's no developer looking to do something there, but.
okay. And I was wondering why you wanted to include the existing bank building in the contract zone.
Yeah, let me clarify that. I believe at our last meeting, we discussed that a little bit. The goal in having that was really, it's not included in the contract zone. It was included in the discussion as it is the existing parcel. But we would not have the contract zone setbacks and rules and regulations apply to what would be the remaining Kennebunk Operations Center parcel. So there wouldn't be multifamily allowed there. There wouldn't be any other development. It would only apply to the two lots being subdivided there.
Okay, and so, all right, I'm just going through my notes, which are kind of scattered around. The reason you're asking for the waivers on the building, the parcel, I mean, there's sort of general stuff. You wouldn't want to just approximate those things. You kind of know the size of the buildings and impervious surface and stuff now.
I appreciate the thought process there, as we could kind of get a general number, but it seems, again, when we go into development and develop test pits, the building locations could change, the parking layout could change, and all those numbers could change again. So we'd certainly look to have that taken care of at a site plan review when we get into that level of detail.
Okay, and answer that question. I think I'd like a little more detail about how it conforms to the comp plan, because there's one part that comes back to me that we had as one of our strategies and goals, which was to have more space next to major transportation corridors like 95, be available for ancillary services that would require access to transportation. And, you know, I can appreciate the fact we certainly need affordable housing. I'm just wondering if you guys noticed that when you were looking through the comp plan.
Sure, I have that in my notes here. Let me just go right in through here and I can pull that up for you.
I think that was in our transportation chapter.
So I will say there's certainly affordable housing listed in the comp plan, and that was one of the reasons that we did choose part of this parcel for that. There will also be availability to easy access to a lot of that transportation network. And it's certainly interesting. I know, Durwood, you have a little bit of a take on this, if you'd like to provide a little bit more info. Okay, yeah. Well, affordable housing is certainly highlighted as a priority in the comprehensive plan for the town of Kennebunk. And that was part of the reason that with the surrounding growth areas in this area as well, this seemed like a logical location to have some of that affordable housing as well. It provides its own buffer access to, with the adjacent wetlands there. It provides access to the Eastern Trail, as well as easy access to major thoroughways such as 95 and the surrounding roadway network.
It didn't really
And-
answer
and
my
the-
question, but it's okay, I'll
and the-
let it go.
The
And-
bus company coming through with a additional bus stops.
Okay, that's all I have for now, Chris.
Thank you. Bob?
I'll hold my questions till after the public comment.
Thank you. Richard?
Yeah, I'd just like clarification of one thing, which is the contract zone. Will it only apply to the parcel where the Avesta housing is being proposed, or does it also apply to any of the other parcels?
It will-
What's the limit of the contract zone?
Sure. Yeah, it will apply to the area being preserved in open space as well as the Avesta housing lot that's proposed there. It is not applicable to what will be the remaining Kennebunk Operations Center lot.
Okay, so it applies to the two lots?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Other than that, we've talked about this for several meetings, and I've had a lot of questions answered, and I think I'd like to hear from the public before I have any other questions.
Yep, thank you. At this point, we'll open up the public hearing. Members of the public who wish to speak on this application, I'll ask you to come before the board and we'll hear your comments. I'd ask you to just please be respectful of our time and your time, and keep your comments as brief as you can. Concise, I should say. Thank you.
My name is Ray Billings. Excuse me. We own Kennebunk Storage Solutions, which is the facility just off of 7 Independence Drive. If you could educate me on what's happening with the road coming around to that real hairpin corner, just tell me more about that. I'd like to know.
Would the board like me to address questions individually or hear all comments and then circle back?
We can reply to this one, but for future, we'll just hear your comments. The applicant will reply to comments and general concerns at the end. We're not going to make this a back and forth discussion so much, but.
Yeah, Ray, I can certainly answer that initial question there. We had been looking at that as potential loop road in connection to Independence. We kind of, per the ordinance, there was a thought of putting that in there and making that connection to Independence Road. I think when we get into the traffic studies at site plan review, we're certainly willing to go whichever way makes the most sense, but we're going to follow the data and whether that connection needs to happen or not.
Okay, so it's not a,
It's not a foregone conclusion.
okay, because we might have to revisit that just because.
Sorry, Ray, just go to the mic.
Yeah, I
Thank
just
you.
want to say we might have to revisit that because we do have issues with tractor-trailer trucks that are coming up Independence Drive thinking that that's Elway Park Road, and they can't turn around, and it becomes a huge issue. And not only that, I mean, I'm looking at that hairpin corner, and it just doesn't seem like a smooth transition. And when we built our facility, the biggest concern from the board was putting the added amount of traffic down Independence Drive down to Elway Road. I mean, I understand there's a light now on Elway Park Road, which has helped immensely, but if you're going to be dumping traffic from the housing down Independence, there might be a problem down the road. I mean,
Yep.
that's my concern at the moment.
Yeah, the ordinance requires for projects of this size that they have two means of access. And so that's why they've shown a second means of access. It sounds like the applicant might propose a waiver to that request based on evidence that they think they can provide, that they only need one means of access at a controlled intersection. So that part of review will get done when they come back for a site plan, if the contract zone gets approved.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vesta Housing is,
Can you pull down your mic, the mic, and introduce yourself, please?
my name is Ginny Miliotto, I live in West Kennebunk. But my question is, Vesta Housing is for people who, a lot of people who don't have cars. I don't see that it makes sense to put it in an industrial area. It should be downtown somewhere where people can access grocery stores and shops and transportation down there. They're going to end up in an industrial park. And if people have cars, well, there's going to be 140 cars added to this area. So I'm not against the housing. I'm not even against having it somewhere in West Kennebunk, but I don't understand why it can't be somewhere else where people who really live in these places have better access to the town.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Lyon, and a butter on Alfred Road, and have a few questions here. I'm curious, is this, are these single houses, or is it an apartment? I mean, first of all, it's sort of like an apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay, I was just curious. What other property sites did get consideration for this Avesta housing? That's one of them. Have you contacted the Maine Department of Environmental Protection regarding the land that you plan to build on or would like to build on? That's another question. Section 15 in the letter the abutters received, Part A, I'll quote, "Purpose, leaving the reclaimed gravel pit and associated wetlands as a separate lot to be used as an open space recreational area." What does that mean? That's one question. You know, that's general language, and we stand there and sit there as abutters on Alfred Road, and Little West Kennebunk has kind of gained a new reputation, especially with the Village Tavern there, of being kind of a neat little road right there. And if I'm standing on Alfred Road sidewalk, looking up into that quote-unquote gravel pit, what will I mean, it better be pretty. It better be good, it better be useful as a recreational area, but it better be pretty in the sense of people who drive past there now. This is a busy road. And I don't know, I imagine there are wetlands back there. It is definitely a pit. It goes way down in the, as I recall. That is one of the major issues for us. And if I'm standing there on the sidewalk of Alfred Road looking up toward, beyond the gravel pit, will I see those units? And if so, well, will I see them? How can we abutters have further input? What buildings, if any, will come down? I went back there, drove back there the other day, and there are more buildings in that whole area than I realized. And I think somebody mentioned a storage unit area or something. I just wondered if things will come down, and if, so those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, nope, that's fine. Just to clarify, do you want to have the app? What is your, I'm sorry.
I was going to say that the gravel pit is already existing. They're not proposing it.
No,
They're going to be leaving it as is. There's no plans to reclaim it, right, Henry? At this point, I don't believe there's any plans to reclaim it or restore it. So that'll be left as is. So Lot 2 wouldn't be changing at all. The idea is passive recreation with trails and those types of things and connecting to the Eastern Trail. So Lot 2, as shown on the plan, there wouldn't be any changes, minus some trails. There are wetlands on that property. They have been mapped by the applicant where the building is going to be. There are some wetland pockets on that, but they're not planning on doing any disruption to those wetlands where the building's actually going.
Yeah, my understanding is the consideration is that would be donated to the land trust or something like that if, for, again, passive recreation, i.e. a couple trails to connect to the Eastern Trail. But no other certainly no buildings or anything else on that land. And just to clarify, there was no other, the place where the buildings would be built right now is a parking lot. There was there'd be no other changes to the development out there that I'm aware.
Correct. There'll be some grading and drainage that happen around there, but currently, yeah, we would not be impacting, currently wouldn't be impacting the wetlands adjacent there.
Yeah. Okay. Any other public comments? Yep. I'm sure there are. I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just, yep, I know.
Hi, Jessica Gettinger, West Kennebunk. So I guess
Your name, sorry?
Jessica Gettinger. So when you're saying 70 units, there was an article put out that said another 20 to 40 could be built at a later time. Is this truth? Is this hidden? Because I think that's super important, especially with the traffic on Alewife already. And Alfred Road, we've had Warren's Way taken over and clear cut. We've had at the corner of Alewife and Thompson Road, they've put in 9 more lots. We have 45 houses going down on Alfred Road. So this is great affordable housing. What does that mean? Is it for families, 1-bedroom apartments? Or is it for elderly, which is going to support our school system, which we pay taxes for dearly? What's going to happen with the Eastern Trail for the abutters on Warren's Way, on Alewife? Is it going to come from the map through our backyards? Or is it going to be where they build the road up so that we have privacy for people that have lived on this since Warren's Way was a logging trail and is now a busy road? Are they going to fix the roads? I guess, what is the transparency of this? If you're going to build anywhere from 70 to 110 units, tell us now. Don't hide it. People are angry. I know I am. I'm a transplant, but my husband and his family have lived here for 70 years, and we've watched this neighborhood and the wildlife and everything around us being sold, destroyed, given up, whatever. That's great, but just a little forethought. And what's it for? Be honest. Don't, there's so many different stories. We need honesty before something is approved so that we can figure out, what's going on. Are we to believe that behind the bank, which used to be the factory, those houses, Colby Lane and Alewife Road, the corner of Warren's Way, are those safe from being developed? Or will that little weird spot be something later on? Just a couple questions. I'm sure there's lots of others. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, I think that it seems that there could be a little bit more definition of what the project's being proposed for the public. I'll just take a second and try to do that very quickly. What the plan is showing is two 15,000 square foot buildings, each containing about 35 units. So we want to think about what that size unit is. It's about less than 500 square foot per unit. So these are small units. These are not 1,200, 1,500 square foot houses. So you can think about the scale. That will help you understand the likely volume that's going to participate in here. This is supposed to be 55 plus housing, so it's going to be a different demographic, unlikely to put kids in the schools. And affordable housing, when you take people out of homes and move them somewhere else, it opens up other capacity in different ways. From a traffic standpoint, one of the things that's being proposed tonight is a reduced parking count. There are lower volumes that happen with this. There is public transportation that's not only accessible to the site, but in town. So a lot of these things are very good questions. What I would say is if you want the real answers, this is the place to get it, whether it's through the planning staff or what's forward here. We can show all that information and make sure people are fully informed. And that's probably where I'll stop right there.
Yep. I'll just also, what is being proposed from Avesta Housing is senior affordable housing. That's where they can get money from Maine State Housing and other funding sources to build that type of affordable housing. The planning board was asking if they, if there's any chance to build like workforce housing or housing that was not age restricted. And there's just not enough money available for projects like that. And so that's why they come forward with a senior affordable housing project. They have left open a possibility that if funding for that type of affordable housing opens up at some point in the future, there may be room in the front of Lot 1 for a few more units of housing. But that's not proposed now. And if it were ever to happen, it would have to come back for a full development review to see if the roads can handle it and all that stuff. So, so that's where we're at, and that's the article wasn't lying, but that discussion has happened, and so that's where we're at this point. Other comments?
Hi, I'm Carol Lane Aziz. I live on Weatherby Way off of Warren's Way. I just have one question. Is there a possibility that there would be egress onto Warren's Way with all, for fire or
No, this
emergency
project
over
will
over that brook?
This would not access Warren's Way in any way.
Never.
No. There's a pipeline that goes through that ditch
Good, yeah,
between
I
this
tried to
project
cross
and
that
Warren's Way
bridge.
that they're not, no, that would not access.
Never is good. Thank you.
Yep.
Gail Spofford, would you please explain to the audience what happens when someone gets a contract zone, the steps that take effect after that, and why they come after a contract zone, and whether or not the contract zone will remain in place once they go to site plan review, or any other agency they have to go for permits?
I can certainly talk about a contract zone. I'm not sure if I'm getting all your points, but so what we're here tonight they're asking for a contract zone, which is specific zoning requirements for these two pieces, for the boundary that they've determined. To bring that proposal before us, this board will make a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen. And then the Board of Selectmen will determine whether or not that gets to the ballot to be voted on by the town. If the contract owner is approved by town voters, the plan would then come back through a site plan process, so a full engineering review to look at traffic, utilities, stormwater management, erosion control, all that stuff. So there would be a lot more details at that point for this particular development would happen if and when, only if the contract zone gets approved by the voters, if it gets that far. Did I miss anything? Okay. Thank you. Other comments? Go ahead. Doug?
I was just going to say, I think something that's very important to understand is contract zoning is allowed under our ordinance. It's allowed by state law. And I'll read one section that's very important because it says, due to the unusual nature or unique location of the development proposed, the town finds it necessary or appropriate to allow both flexibility for the development of the land and to be able to impose by agreement with the property owner or otherwise conditions or restrictions that will assure consistency with the comprehensive plan and that are not generally applicable to other properties similarly zoned. I think one thing that's very difficult is this property is zoned industrial. There was already an adjacent contract zone where the industrial uses are no longer occurring in the town of Kennebunk. I think when you think about Kesslin Mill, you can think about industrial uses that happened here or down off of Water Street, what used to be very industrial. When the Alfred Road contract zone was put forward, most of those uses are commercial in nature. Kennebunk Savings, when they moved into that property and acquired it, we had to introduce office uses in that property. Although the comprehensive plan speaks more about affordable housing and other uses in the town, it does not put extra emphasis on industrial zoning. These properties are ripe for reconsideration of development, and I think that's why you're looking at a contract zone here. You're not giving it all away through a rezoning process. You're trying to right-size it. So that short addendum, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. Peter Martin, I'm an abutter, 37 Warrens Way, so I'd be directly behind this project. My concern is the what type of vegetation will be knocked down between the existing parking lot and my house. I do have some trees on my house, and there's considerable foliage on the other side of the ditch. And I would not like to see that come down. It provides a pretty good privacy screen, especially since the Eastern Trail will be, is planned to be on, my level, but across the swale. I'd like to see some type of screening or some, privacy barrier for the people that are living on Warrens Way with, their backyards exposed to that trail in this development. And also I'd like to understand what the definition of green perimeter is. Does that mean just grass, or is it trees with, if you could help me out with those questions, that'd be great.
The definition?
I can read it for you. I'm looking at it right now. So Article 2 of our ordinance is definitions, and under green perimeter strip, it says, a grass or other vegetated strip maintained as an open green space along the entire side, rear, and front yard lines of a lot not to be built upon or used for drive-through lanes, parking, or paved, except for entrance or exit driveways. The green perimeter strip shall be located entirely within the boundaries of that lot. Generally, green perimeters sometimes are created, sometimes they're preserved. That's at the discretion of the board to decide which is appropriate.
To piggyback on that, they're also planning on looking at Article 10, Section 10 for multifamily, which requires a landscaping buffer that can be reduced down to the 20 feet. They're proposing 50 feet in there, but that's a landscape buffer. in conjunction with the green perimeter strip. So there's a landscaping component under the multifamily provision.
And I think to kind of go along with what Mr. Osterreiter was saying, is that what is before us as a contract zone is not a full-blown site plan approval. This is to change the zoning to allow the use to move forward. And as he said, this goes from us to the recommendation to the Board of Selectmen for them to be able to put it on a town warrant for the voters of this town to vote to change the contract. Once the contract zone is approved, then they have to come back before this board with a full-blown subdivision plan as if it was a permitted use on any other part of a zone portion of the town. So at that portion of time is when the level of detail that a lot of you folks are concerned with, that's when that will be reviewed, not at this stage. We ask them to address as much as they can with the detail and with the understanding they're going to have to come back and meet the provisions of our other portions of the zoning when it's actually developed. And this board takes to heart very seriously when we're approving a subdivision that abuts an existing residential development or use in terms of how buffers are put in place. So that's a combination of fence, additional landscaping, that is taken very seriously. So it isn't anything that you're going to hear from any recommendation from us talking about that at this stage of the game.
Okay, thank you.
From what our understanding from the site walk, there's certainly not, I didn't think there's going to be any tree removal or vegetation removal in the swale at all. And I think the limits of the impact are essentially the limits of the existing parking lot. Is that, in regards to the proximity to that boundary on that side of the, can you speak to that?
I can speak to that briefly. Yeah, to the extent of which building development would be there, would be pretty much the limit of the parking lot. There'll certainly be there'll be some grading around there, and then the fire lane. But beyond there, you can see on there, the fire lane, we still have about 35, 40 feet beyond that before you even get to the edge of the property line. And so the goal would be to preserve as much of that as we could, but there'll certainly be some grading that happens through there due to just development happening adjacent to it.
And during site review is when we would also look at vegetation and screening for butters and that sort of thing in more detail. There'd be a landscape plan and all that stuff to address some of those concerns.
Now, is the extension of the Eastern Trail down that side of the ditch or swale part of this project, or is that a separate project under planning review?
Good question.
So there is no formal project under this level of review right now. If it were to be proposed and advanced, it would go through a town review, just like it did when it was extended from Biddeford South. The good news about this project is if at least this is accommodating and allowing for it to be located on this property as opposed to in that corridor, so it's moving it further away from you.
You can't put it in that quarter. There's about
But not
2
us.
feet of mud in
So
there.
understood, and I think that's what, certainly when somebody invites it onto their property, it comes with those neighborly pieces. That is a limitation to that. I know that the Eastern Trail Alliance has been pursuing federal funding, and that takes a long time to enact that. This has environmental challenges, just like it did on the other side of Alewife Road, where they had to relocate a stream. When they go through that same level of review, everything is going to be the same in terms of stormwater, impervious, where people park for traffic, relationships and buffering and everything else. If it ends up on this property, it's even easier. And I say that because now you have a concerned property owner relative to people dealing with this way. The gas line is its own entity. When they agree to take them on, they have a co-location agreement, and they have their different set of standards. But at least the further away from you or any other person is, the better it is.
No, I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Ray Gelmet, 53 Alford Road. One of my concerns is looking at the letter that we received. It shows that it's looking like at some point that the road will end up dumping out in West Kennebunk, where the pit entrance is. In other words, coming directly off LY and not making that hairpin turn, coming out and dumping out right into the West Kennebunk Road. And that road, I don't care, will not handle that kind of traffic. Go up through there between 7 in the morning and 8:30, 9 o'clock, and it's crazy. You can't even get out. So
Yeah, there's no consideration for connecting that all the way to Alfred Road. So
there is none.
There is
So
not.
I can hold you on that, right?
there is, I'm up here, you're looking at me.
Oh, sorry.
Up here.
Oh, sorry.
Correct. As you can see, there's no connection and to Alfred Road, and there's no proposed. I had asked that question, and they said, no, we definitely don't want to see.
How come in the letter that we received, it was kind of like dotted and it came right out?
I don't know what letter you're referring to. I think I heard that the abutters or people in the neighborhood got a letter that didn't come from us, didn't come from a planning
So that there
department.
was a letter that showed a map location.
Yes.
Yep, and that had arrows pointed to it, so that might have been a tax map line. It was not a copy of the actual plan. It was just to show a location where it was in town, so that might be a tax map line. That was not a copy of the plan. It's just a location area.
Now, another question that I have is our municipal fire, rescue, and police department, are they going to be capable of being able to handle more people coming into the area? Because I live in West Kennebunk, about 5 houses up from Cummings Market, and it's literally a racetrack up there. That's why I'm concerned about seeing what I thought was dumping out onto West Kennebunk. I mean, are they, I know I'm probably kind of getting off the beaten path a little bit, but, I mean, we're gonna have a 70-unit complex coming in there. Some people may not have cars, some people may, but it's gonna add. It's gonna add to that whole area.
So, I apologize, I have not seen this letter. Certainly, our office in the town didn't produce it, so that's always problematic.
No, I think
Yep.
there's a caption that shows the location, so there might be a dotted line. That's an old trail that was on the GIS map,
Sure.
is what I'm saying. So that might be misconstrued. It was not a plan from this.
Yeah.
This is what we saw. This is
Yeah.
what we received.
That-
And so what is that?
That is an old trail that's on the plan from GIS. That's not a proposed road.
Okay, we
Yeah.
didn't know what it was.
Yeah, that's just a trail that's on the GIS map. It's not a proposed road. This was just a location to show you where in town that it was.
Right.
Pulled from GIS. It is not a road going out to Alfred.
And it never will be.
So,
They're not proposing it as part of this application. Lot 2, which is where that trail is going to be open space. So they're not proposing a road through there. If you see that dark line on the map up there, that's where they're proposing the road connection, not to go down to Alfred Road. Yeah, that was from the GIS map. That's just for location purposes and not a copy of the site plan. I'm sorry for the confusion with that. Yep,
Yeah, that's
that's a carryover trail, not a connection for this project.
No, that's my concern. I mean, it's crazy up there. I mean, in the morning, it's, if I didn't have a turnaround in my driveway and I had to back out into the road, ain't happening.
Yep.
So, I'll
Okay.
take your word for
Thank
it.
you.
Hopefully it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Werber, and I live in West Kennebunk. My basic questions revolve around the difference between 55-plus housing and workforce housing. Now, you say that this particular development's going to be 55 plus, but I think I read in one of the exhibits where it says built to standards for workforce housing. So are you intending of changing it to workforce housing? And you intend to put on the lower part of that lot more workforce housing, which will increase the number of people in this area?
They can respond, but the plan when it comes before us eventually is for senior affordable housing, which has specific definitions and criteria, 55 plus, and has certain income requirements and restrictions.
About building codes? Are the building codes for 55 plus different than workforce housing?
No.
So when they say we're building, this housing will be, you have the ability to become workforce housing, you're not doing anything different.
Workforce housing is just a different, typically has different income requirements, usually less restrictive.
Not number of people.
No. Usually income-based, and if there's an age, there may be some, it all depends on the funding sources, and that's how this project is being proposed with funding from Maine State Housing for elderly affordable housing. So that's how this project gets built, is because there's other funding available for that particular purpose.
Okay, my second question revolves around lot number 3, which is the Kennebunk Savings Bank lot. Are there any plans to change the codes for that lot? So
As
that
you
they
heard
get-
tonight, that is not part of the contract zone, so it's just what the current zoning is for that area is what it is now, and that there's no proposed changes for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
My name's Steve Kelly, and I live at 16 Warrens Way, where I've lived for 29 years. And I just want to share a little bit of my experience as an abutter to an ongoing development that's behind me, and I understand that I will be an abutter to this proposal. So for the last 3 years, I've experienced, well, one of the things I've discovered is the ordinances for construction in the town of Kennebunk, for any of you who are abutters, are 7 a.m. in the morning until dark. And you guys can correct me if any of this is wrong. And that's 7 days a week. So I can tell you during the last 3 years when one of these developments has been going on, I've experienced decibel levels of 80 decibels in my front and my backyard. 60 is hazardous, and 55, I believe, in a residential zone is the point at which we can complain. But if it's construction, no ordinance is being violated. So unless the ordinance is changed, anyone who is abutting this project or any other project can expect to have that sort of thing, you know, within their front or backyard. And I can tell you it's disturbing, and the response from the town has been less than stellar, at least in my humble opinion. In addition, on Warrens Way, while this has been going on, the traffic has been unbelievable. We used to be able to walk our dogs and not worry about our chickens and cats, and that's no longer the case. I mean, it has been dump truck after dump truck after dump truck for years, and not everyone is doing the speed limit. So it's been a real change in the neighborhood. And, you know, I hope that that ends. I'm also concerned because the development behind me was basically a clear cut of 25 acres. So I'm concerned that any additional woodlands involved in this is going to remove more woodland and wetland. And the gift of the gravel pit as green spaces, I'm still kind of chewing on that. I do want to share an email that came from one of my neighbors, and I didn't ask her permission, so I'm not going to share her name. But in this email, she said, I really hope this, and forgive me, I have low vision, so my reading's a little bit slow. I really hope this doesn't pass between the other complex, and here she's talking about Coastal Pines, across the street, and now this. I'm wishing I didn't move here. She's lived here since 2019. Not the quiet, sweet little area that I thought it would be. And for somebody who's lived on that street for 29 years, I can tell you that that hurt deeply, because that has been a completely different neighborhood up until 3 years ago. And I just want to ask the community here and the planning board really to give some serious thought to how some of this growth, the new god of growth, is changing those of us who have lived here for 28 and 29 years. It's dramatic, and I'm not sure it's positive based on my experience. So with all due respect, I hope as we consider this new project that we look at some of the opportunities that we do have, and we do, but not the way we've been doing it. So we need to address those, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edward Strawn. I'm at 75 Alfred Road. I've lived on Alfred Road since 2001. I've raised 2 kids there through the whole school systems. Don't intend on going anywhere. Probably will end up living my life out in this house. I have some concerns about this. This is the 3rd shot at developing this gravel pit since I've lived there. Back in the Tibbetts era, we tried to develop that pit into 9 light industrial acre lots. Unfortunately, the president of Hallmark didn't agree with it, so that got quashed. There's been other attempts to use that pit when they widened the turnpike. It was approved by the town to let Grondins come in and dump all their dig out from the turnpike development in there, and which was done incorrectly. Now it sits that it is an overgrown pit, and you can't even walk through it now. It is completely all stumps. You've got over 10, 15 years of growth in there now. Basically, it is, I don't mind it because I don't have anybody in my backyard. My concerns for this, first of all, I found out 10 days ago about this project through this miscellaneous card. And shame on me, I don't follow town politics as I should, but I'm finding out about 70 units going in my backyard 10 days ago. This has obviously been going on for a long time. I received this registered mail, that was back on 10 days ago. I received the registered abutters mail. So this has obviously been going for a long time. I knew nothing about it. It's in my backyard. I know you have to let all the abutters know about things like this, but, you know, here we are in a full developed plan for a contract zone, and as an abutter, I'm finding out about it 10 days ago. Shame on me for not following town politics. Concerns I have, I religiously took my kids out to the bus stop every morning to go to school. I had a daughter and a son. Both went through elementary school all the way through high school. That road on Alfred Road in the morning is insane. I would not let my kids stand out there alone. People, buses both ways, everybody coming out of West K for the turnpike, everybody heading to the middle school. The traffic when school is in session is, if you're not out of your driveway before 7 o'clock in the morning, forget it. You're not getting out on Alfred Road. We add 70 units in there. What that's going to do to that area, that corner in the morning and in the evenings, is a very big concern to me. Where they want to dump out on Independence, there's no traffic signal, no nothing, so you're at the mercy of traffic to get into line. I'm also concerned about the environmental impact on the property. I sit out back in my backyard at night on my patio, and all I can hear are peepers, ducks, birds. I have great bird action at my feeders, so I'm concerned about what the impact on this property is going to be for the wildlife, the environmental aspect of it. I also have a question. They're asking for a contract zone, which means a zoning change. So back in the day, you had to change a zone from industrial to residential. So as a contract zone, this doesn't go into West Kennebunk Village or any of those zones. It just becomes its own little whatever they want to do lot. Okay. So adding on that, does that make that entire lot, the entire gravel pit lot in there, a contract zone? Or is it getting parted up so that only where they're going to build is a contract zone and the gravel pit portion that I abut stays as industrial zoned?
I believe what they've stated tonight, it's lot 1 and 2. So the gravel pit and the lot they want to develop will be the contract zone.
Mm-hmm.
So that will change from industrial to this contract zone.
Mm-hmm. So down on the Alfred Road end, that's
Yep.
a separate lot that will not be in the contract zone?
That will be. Lot 1 and lot 2. So that gravel pit lot, which is lot 2, and the lot they want to build the housing on, lot 1, would both be part of that contract zone.
So that does, even though they say that it's going to be a buffer, so to speak, they get the contract zone on that, they could build on it, correct?
Not without any review, no.
No, sure, but
their intent is to give that to the land trust.
okay, but it's a contract zone, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yep.
Yes, I'll give it to the land trust, but it's a contract zone, so yes, I have the ability to build on it, yes?
It will be.
Yeah, let me try to help a little bit with this. And it's important to go back and turn back to the original property when it was developed. Back when this property there was a master plan created in 1997 for William Arthur. And what William Arthur did is it built a building that today is now Kennebunk Savings that was proposed to happen in 4 phases. What some people may remember is if a 4th phase occurred, there was supposed to be consideration of a future connection to Alfred Road. That's long since been put to bed.
Which is next to my plot.
Yep. To answer the question, when this project was developed and it has a DEP approval, that lower area, that lot 1, that essentially was permitted as a stormwater infiltration area. There's nowhere for that water to go. It all goes to the bottom of that hill. I would say highly impractical to be available for development because of its environmental restrictions that are previously burdened by prior permit activity. So that's not to say somebody couldn't try to nibble at the edges further up away, but not to the extent of what's being proposed. This zone is not allowing single-family residents to put multifamily in here. Lot 1 would struggle to try to make that work. That's not to say it couldn't happen. It's just that's not what's proposed today. So
Okay.
it's not as easy as it sounds.
Chris, sorry. Lot 2 is the one you're referring to with the gravel pit.
Thank you. I apologize for that error.
I just want to make sure that
Yep.
it's all or nothing on the contract zone is what my, that's right. The other, I'm not very clear on the type of housing that we're looking at here. I've heard of elderly housing, low-income housing. I've heard of other programs. I mean, can you honestly, quote, discriminate on housing like that? Or isn't it fair housing for anybody to live anywhere? I mean, you can take a building like that and say, no, you've got to be 55 to get in here, or is that,
Yes,
I don't
it's
know.
legal. I
That's
mean-
just a concern of mine, is that, you know, we're going to limit it to who we want to live in there, is what I'm saying. What's to keep low-income people from coming in, or all of a sudden we decide we want asylum seekers to live there, or, you know, whatever. It's just something to consider is, you know, if we're getting grants from the state to build elderly housing, I'm all for it. But if it's going to be, let's build 70 units and rent them to whoever we want, that's a whole nother ballgame. And then after that, that's all I have. Thank you
Okay.
for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Durward Parkinson. I'm representing the applicant here. I just want to make sure there's absolutely no question that Lot 1 is not going to be developed.
Sorry, Lot 2.
I'm sorry, Lot 2 is not going to be developed.
Yeah.
Sorry. Lot 2, the quarry is never going to be developed. We have stipulated that in the contract zone, and the intent is to donate that to the land trust. Even if that doesn't happen, it will be written in black and white, and is written in black and white, that will not be developed. So nobody has anything to worry about nibbling around the edges.
Sorry, sorry.
You got to come up to the mic.
You can't disrupt. Give us 1 second, please.
All right.
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to, all right. If you, no, okay, no, but you're saying that, okay, you're saying that Lot 2 is what we're talking about,
Yep.
right? That there will be no building there, and he just said it would be written in black and white. I want a letter in the mail.
It'll be written on the plan. It gets filed with the deed, with the registry
Well,
of deeds.
I think that all the abutters of West Kennebunk should have that letter, because there's nobody saying that they can't turn around and sell Lot 2 to somebody else, and then we're back here again going up against that, going up against all this crap. I feel like everybody here, that's abutters of West Kennebunk, should have a letter, so that if we're back here again and they want to develop Lot 2, then there's going to be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, quickly. You've already, I mean, you've already given you a lot of time.
If the transition to the land trust, it would have to be sold to the land trust, yes?
Donated.
All right, donated, whatever, but it would be a property change, okay?
Yeah.
So if the document says there's a contract to donate this to the land trust, that's the only way I see that
There can be a restriction.
never being developed.
Oh, I can explain. They'll put a restriction on the deed for that lot that it will not be developed. And then whoever owns it has a deed restriction. They can't change it. Yeah, thank you. Your turn, sorry.
Hi, Tim Boothby.
Thank you.
I'm from West Kennebunk, 14 Warrens Way. Used to be Snake Street, Pleasant Street. It's changed. My life has been in public safety. I'm just wondering if the planning board considers the infrastructure of the surrounding area because it's certainly overtaxed and overburdened. People have mentioned traffic, noise, et cetera, et cetera. That's all very, very much true. Warrens Way has become a speedway with, at times, criminal speed, people doing 30 over the speed limit. It's definitely been a real problem. I'm certainly glad I'm not on the hill that's going to be overlooking this because they are going to see it. Avesta Housing, 55 plus, typically means that they will be taking people on subsidized housing. They're probably going to have a disability, and it's going to definitely put a tax on our EMS and public safety system. But right now, the way as it is, it's definitely overburdened with the population increase and traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. All right. Thank you. I think at this point, yeah,
Just in case there are any other.
to respond, allow the applicant to respond to
Do
some
you
of the
want me to
comments.
read the 3 letters that I have first?
Sure.
I just have 3 quick letters. I'm unable to attend tonight's public hearing due to a recent surgery, but would like to express my feelings. As a lifetime citizen of Kennebunk, I fully understand change is inevitable, but at the same time, I am concerned with massive growth is going on, especially in West Kennebunk. Our roads in town are terrible, and all the added construction vehicles and new traffic certainly won't help them. Concerns also for added town services being impacted. I'm also concerned with what is considered affordable. I've been watching development in Wells that goes in the 250,000 range. Kennebunk could use this. Maybe we need to be stepping back and slowing growth down a bit. Thank you for your time and consideration. Ruth Cheney. Hi, Brittany. Thanks for confirming for me. It's hard to come up with comments, questions, etc. prior to a meeting versus being able to be an active participant in the live meeting. Here are my comments and concerns for you to share at the meeting. As a budding property owner, I have many concerns about a complex of this size and the impact it will have on our neighborhood. Everything from noise and traffic to the impact on the environment and wildlife. I bought my house in December of 2019. At that time, this was a very quiet, quaint neighborhood with a healthy wildlife presence. We used to enjoy watching deer, fox, turkey, etc., walking through the yard regularly. They would travel between the large wooded area across the street and the wetlands in the rear, right where this new development is being proposed. In the short time I have lived here, that has already changed so much. For those of you who don't know, there was a 25 plus acres of wooded area that was recently clear cut for 25 new houses that went in across the street. Since that development went in, I have noticed a huge impact for wildlife traffic already. Clear cutting more land and adding a 70-unit complex will displace even more of this area's wildlife, leaving them nowhere else to go. Additionally, this neighborhood has already endured over a year of very loud, disruptive construction. It is just now finally starting to come to an end as the 70 complex housing with up to more than 200 people. After the new construction noise pollution ends, there are added concerns of ongoing noise pollution from overpopulation in this small area. I'd also like to know about the elevation change between the existing KSB and the proposed building, on if they're at the same elevation, and the visibility from Warrens Way. This is from Jessica Farnsworth. Good afternoon, Brittany. I unfortunately won't be able to attend the meeting this evening. I just want to make sure that the safety concerns that I have regarded this project are considered. The added traffic to this road, we currently have limited traffic, which is ideal given this is an industrial zone road. Maine Shellfish and I have large trucks going in and out of our lots. To add additional traffic to our road seems like an issue to me. When I started my business at this location 7 years ago, one of the major concerns of the town was traffic count. I hope this still applies. The walking traffic is now going to escalate immensely. This is a major concern of mine. This is not a wide road and does not have sidewalks. The age group that is being considered for the property are out back are walkers. I realize the Eastern Trail is possibly being connected, but don't think that most of them want to walk through the woods, especially early morning and early evening when it gets dark. The intersection at Route 35 is very congested as it is with all the traffic coming off the highway. I'm aware that this is already a high accident intersection. I've been the first person on the scene to many of the accidents here. I can hear the loud crashes from my yard. Adding additional traffic to this intersection would only add to the issue. I don't believe there's a current easement in place to allow through the road from Alewife to Independence Drive and Alfred Road. Being the owner of Alewife Park Road, shouldn't I have to sign off on that? I'm currently responsible for all plowing and maintenance of this road. What is 24/7 traffic going to do the current condition? As of now, I don't plow at night and on Sundays because the businesses on the roads are closed. Adding full-time residents will drastically change what I'm responsible for. Thank you for your consideration, Pete Quintero.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the public. We appreciate your feedback and hearing what you have to say and your concerns. Certainly been working diligently to get to this point, following the town process to get to a public hearing and hear those concerns. I'm going to try and go through these as best I can. I was writing them all down as fast as I could for you all, and but I'll just start going through them here. Certainly heard concerns of traffic and access, the road intersection, and transitions at each intersections as well. The number of cars on the roads. This certainly, if the planning board tonight is making a decision to move this to the select board to be voted on to even be allowed. And should the town vote to allow this contract zone, at that point, this project will then come back through a full site plan review process at which we'll have more public hearings and certainly more opportunities for public engagement. As part of that traffic and as part of those concerns, we'll have a traffic engineer reviewing this. The town engineer will be reviewing this project and understanding the mitigation that may need to happen based on the traffic studies that will occur from traffic counts, reviewing the signals at the intersections, and understanding what kind of traffic a site like this will actually bring, and we'll actually have some hard data to support how we move forward. And again, moving through with the town process with additional public hearings, we'll have another opportunity to hear your feedback. I certainly heard some concerns about clear cutting and the wetlands and protecting the wetlands over there. I believe Durwood did mention as well. The whole section there of the gravel pit is looking to be, it will be conserved and preserved. We deed restricted as part of the contract agreement, as part of the deed there, that it will not be developed. The area that Avesta is proposing, their two buildings, is actually happening on a vacant parking lot now. The buildings themselves would be proposed where the existing asphalt is, as well as a majority of the parking lot that's proposed will be where existing asphalt is. The road proposed directly to the buildings, if I could point to it, along through here. Much of this already exists as a road today. There will be some improvements to the road to make it, as you see, we've added a sidewalk along here and improvements to the sidewalk. I believe actually a sidewalk does partially exist. But certainly, again, at a site plan level, we're really looking at the spatial availabilities. And should this go forward to the select board and then make it through the voting process, at that time, full grading plans, full site plans, lighting plans, utilities. There will be coordination with the fire marshal, the police department, and all entities with staff at the municipal level to understand the impacts of this project, at which time the town and the voters themselves will also get a chance to see this project move through what would be an extensive grading project. We could see exactly how far those buffers and the grading would extend. But we really are looking at this as a site plan and through an ordinance exhibit tonight. From an egress standpoint, that'll be certainly part of, and the concerns about Warren's Way. There is no proposed access for this project along Warren's Way, and no connection proposed to be made there to Warren's Way. See a few things about some visibility of the property. There's a fairly dense buffer there, being the gravel pit to Alfred Road, and as that won't be developed, that will still be the visual barrier between that and Alfred Road, without any impacts to where that property line is between what is the proposed development and the existing gravel wetland to be preserved. No grading will happen or occur within that area. Part of the choice to preserve that was, of course, in creating space in the ordinance, or creating an open space as part of the ordinance and providing that benefit. of what could be passive recreation trails through there, but also preserving a section of that property that is the highest value and resource, and making sure it cannot be developed. I did hear a few concerns about town ordinances and construction noise. Should this project go forward and make it through to the select board and through the voters, it would certainly still have a pre-construction meeting at which any licensed contractor would have to adhere to the noise ordinances within Kennebunk, and those are enforced at the municipal level. Any violation of that would be handled as such by the town. I certainly don't know the full impacts of fees or others, but I know the town would certainly enforce that. As to the environmental impact that I did hear regarding the contract zone as well, and in contacting agencies of environmental protection, there would be an application filed to the Maine Environmental Protection Agency, the MDEP, to ensure that this project gets developed appropriately and any stormwater runoff gets handled, gets treated and stored and detained and does not incur additional runoff from the site. And that's the major points. I know I didn't hit every single specific, but I tried to hit all the general notes I heard in there. I'd certainly like to turn it over to Derwood. I know you had a few responses as well, and then we'll certainly turn it over to Nathan, who's an Avesta representative.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to where we started the first night on this, and when Brad Page, the president of Kennebunk Savings, spoke to you. What we have here is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for this town to come up with something that's very special. It's a partnership, and Mr. Smith talked about the need for creative partnerships. This is a partnership between the largest banking institution in our area by far, who's donating this land to Avesta. And Nate House from Avesta is here. He probably won't toot his horn a lot about the organization, but you can see with your own eyes how well Avesta has worked in Kennebunk, at the Park Street School, at the Cousins School, and around the state of Maine. It is a privilege to have them here. This land is being donated to Avesta with $550,000 cash. We're really moving the meter in terms of the need for affordable housing. It's affordable elderly housing, but as has been said earlier, that frees up housing stock elsewhere in the town. Nate's going to talk about Avesta and what they do when they come into a community, how they're willing to meet with abutters, get to know and make sure everything goes well. So I think we mustn't lose sight of how good this situation is with Avesta compared to what it could be as an industrial complex of some unknown type. And we all know what industrial complexes could turn out to be. Much harder to control than a elderly over 55 development like this. Nate, would you talk about Avesta a little bit?
Yes. Hi, everyone. A lot of questions on affordable housing tonight. So my name's Nate Howes. I'm a development officer with Avesta Housing, which basically means I'm the project manager here. So there was a question. Well, Avesta has 100 properties, around 3,000 units across Maine and New Hampshire. There were a few questions tonight about what does it mean to be workforce housing? What does it mean to be affordable housing? So affordable housing is a term that's been largely defined by the IRS based on tax legislation that was passed in 1986, the Tax Reform Act under Ronald Reagan. That created the tax credit program, which is the primary means by which we develop affordable housing in this country. Now, that program requires that you build housing that's restricted to 60% of area median income. Well, what does that mean? That's about $43,000 of annual income in York County. So someone who's still working, and some of them do, move into our housing. They're 55 plus. You can restrict housing occupancy based on age. You are allowed to do that for two categories. You guys are, you might be familiar with housing communities that are unsubsidized or unfunded by this program that also house 55 plus peoples like retirement communities. They're allowed to do that because under the Fair Housing Act, there are two exceptions to restricting on age: 55 plus and 62 plus and or disabled. This is 55 plus. There was another comment too about Avesta residents being usually subsidized and often disabled. Well, movement becomes an issue as you get older. So yes, I understand how the perception might be. that people are disabled who move in, but that's not necessarily the case. Like I said, it's 55 plus. It's a lot of people. Our demographics skew towards older women. I think about 60 to 70% are older women, just because women live longer. The other thing is subsidies. These are rentable. The way the program works is determines the level of income, so $43,000, and then you determine the rents based on 30% of that person's income. So it's $1,100 rents. They don't need vouchers, if you guys have heard of those. They don't need subsidy to live here. That's the whole point. They're only spending 30% of their income on rents. Now, workforce housing, what does that mean? That is a new term that's kind of become in vogue recently, but there's no way to fund it. Maine Housing doesn't have any programs that really funds workforce housing. That's 80% of area median income, that term I used earlier, to 120% of area median income. There are no subsidies for that. There's no way to finance it. We're building senior housing here. We think it's a good spot for senior housing with the interconnectivity of 95. We're going to partner with York County Community Action on-demand transportation there. There is a transportation grant that is coming to Kennebunk that is going to hopefully put a bus stop near there for a bus service. We value this location, and Durwood's right. It's such a rare opportunity to have land not only donated, but $500,000. That's huge for you, especially in York County. Forgot where I was. And the other thing is, there were questions about us switching to a different type of housing after. We're not going to do that. This is an elderly project. We think this is the right spot for 55 plus. That's what we're going to build here. Like I said, there's no way I can swap it out for workforce housing because there's no program to finance it. And I'm not going to do family housing here. These are all one-bedroom units, approximately 525 square feet. Not all of our tenants have cars either. I did hear that earlier as well. It's about 0.6 to 0.7. So the parking is a bit overbuilt, in our opinion, but we're going to adhere to the town's preference here. And like I said, for those who don't have cars, there are transportation options. So I know we've had a lot of comments tonight. I really appreciated all of the questions about affordable housing. It's something that's in the news all the time today. There's a lot of terms that get thrown around, affordable, workforce, what does that all mean? Great questions tonight. We're going to engage in a dialogue with the community, with the abutters. I would just ask that you give us a chance. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. I think you've done a good job allowing the public to be heard, but I see people almost like rushing the microphone here. I'm worried about repetition.
I wasn't rushing. I was just trying to get
you came up very directly.
I don't know why you're making a
so I'm wondering if you're going to bring this to a conclusion
We'll get
at some
there.
point.
Yep, thank you. Public hearing is not over yet, but we're wrapping up
Tim
soon.
Boothby, West Kennebunk.
Yep.
I think we just need to educate ourselves on the term affordable housing and Avesta, and the fact that they're saying it'll be a benefit to us. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. At this point, we're going to close the public hearing. We thank you for your comments, and we appreciate all that you've said, for sure. There's a lot of good points. Now, the board will deliberate and ask questions and see if we've got enough information to make a recommendation at this time to the Board of Selectmen, or if we need more time or more information before we can make that decision. So I will turn it over to the board. Dan, do you have any comments or questions at this point?
No additional comments, Chris, thank you. I think both from the public side and from the development side, I think we've gone back and raised a number of questions. There are a lot of information that is still yet to take place around this. This, again, is going to the selectmen to determine whether or not this goes on to a public vote or not. So at this point, I'm comfortable with what we have.
Thank you. Janice?
I think my only remaining question has to do with the actual verbiage, the Section 1570 Alewife Park Road Contract Zone under the permitted uses. And I was just wondering why it lists as commercial uses and industrial uses as possible uses in this contract zone. I have it here if you if it's easier for you to describe it from me.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I got Exhibit B in front of me. This is a standalone zone, and the only permitted uses are multifamily dwellings and multifamily lots.
Right, so I'm just wondering why you
how
listed
you-
the commercial uses that were probably as part of the underlying zone.
I think that was part of the question from our town attorney as well.
Yeah, this might be a Natalie question.
Well, no, she commented on some of this already.
Oh, I see. Those are allowed in the current zone. You know, maybe it's something we can talk to Brittany about, and the town attorney about Xing those out. The intent was that it's only to be those two residential uses. And I'm going to be making another round of changes to the document by the time it gets.
Yeah, I just think to avoid any confusion.
No, there's no need or no concern. It's solely limited to multifamily dwellings and multifamily lots.
Okay. Yeah, that's my only question.
I do want to make sure, yeah, a lot of this with the contract zone is the addition of multifamily to what is a lot of the underlying uses in the industrial zone. And a lot of those underlying uses are what you see here in Exhibit B. Those are those commercial, I could pull it up here if I can get myself going fast enough. Those are agriculture and horticulture. Those are municipal uses. Those are auto repair
Right.
garages. Those are all those underlying uses. So a lot of this contract zone is adding, we went back and forth on what that term is, but what the ordinance has as a defined term that would be appropriate for this is multifamily dwellings. There wasn't another term to be used that better fit for it. So we used the term multifamily dwellings and multifamily lots as a part of the contract zone, and then allowed all the underlying uses that are already allowed in the industrial zone that's there.
Right, but if you're proposing something other than that, I think you should be specific to what you intend to use the land for. That's just my opinion, and it may not be the rest of the board believes, but from my standpoint, I think to avoid any confusion down the road, you may want to specify only the proposed uses.
Sure, that's a great point, Janice, and we can certainly make that happen.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chris.
I think it's important to remember the context when we started. There was some possibility of other lots and other uses.
Yeah.
Now we're trying to be as clear as possible. We're talking about the multifamily and the conservation.
Thanks, Janice. What, yes? Point of information.
Gail Spofford, may I ask Durwood what he meant by making additional changes? Is that going to come tonight or later?
You allow me to answer. We're still in dialogue with the town attorney to make sure the language of the contract is tight as possible. And that's going to get another hard look at the select board to make sure that it's in final form before it goes to the voters. So that's what it's meant. And Natalie Burns, your very able town attorney, had a few points that we need to tighten up in the document, and I think this is one of them too.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Bob?
I just want to make sure that the public fully understands that what is being presented is a zoning change. And that by no means is what's on the board is what this board is making any recommendation to approve. Would be making a recommendation to send this to the selectmen, to send it to voters, to approve the zone change. Any development and the concerns you have with traffic and lighting and you name it, everything everybody's expressed, that gets a second flush when they come back with a set of plans. We're not making any recommendations that are going to impact you right now. It's just the zone change that's happening. They've got to come back and they will be addressing every one of those issues and concerns that you have. And at that time, you again will have the opportunity to speak to the board when it comes before the planning board. So I just want to make sure, because I mean, I understand the tension that's out there and, misunderstanding of what the letter was that was sent out and thinking that there's a road being proposed. So with that information, I just want everybody to fully understand what is truly happening here at this point with this board. I feel comfortable with what's going on. I guess the question, and I've been doing this too damn long, is I'll throw the question back to Brittany or to Chris, is in regards to the changes that Durwood's talking about, which basically to respond to Natalie's comments in terms of some of the language of what's written in the contract. The selectmen have the ability and will probably hold their own public hearing to discuss what gets sent up. And if those substantive changes are being made to the language, at that point, the public will get another opportunity to have this same dialogue with the Board of Selectmen for clarification. So I guess from the standpoint of this board being able to make a recommendation tonight without having these changes made, do we have the ability to do such?
So I think maybe what we should do is talk timing. The current time process we were aiming for was a September 12th meeting with the Select Board. So we had tried to allow for additional time after this meeting for you folks to be fully informed. I think from a staff's perspective, I'd prefer you see the final version. I think when we present it to the Select Board, we like to very much encourage how you folks put in this time and energy for the last 3 months. They're looking at it for one time that night, not that we're trying to do that. So while most of these changes are going to be deleting information, what I do know is we're telling the public, hey, this is what it is. I'd love for us to get back in that meeting. I think the 14th of August is what we talked about. Clean this up. Have you folks in the position to make a very clear recommendation to the board. So when we're presenting it, we're saying the planning board has seen this. So I think that's what our recommendation would be at this point.
Good, I was hoping that's what the answer was.
Your microphone.
You're off, Durwood.
Respect for you to move this forward, that the changes that have been discussed with Natalie, and Natalie's confirmed this in an email to Brittany, are very minor in nature and very typical, and to ask for us to come back again over these changes are really almost in the form of stylistic changes. We just think it's not necessary. Ask the board to vote tonight on this, subject to a sign-off from the town attorney on the language of the contract zone. I think that's the way you can protect yourself.
Thank you for that. Richard.
First of all, affordable housing has become an omnipresent issue all throughout the state, especially along the coast and areas where the cost of land is very high, which obviously Kennebunk sits right in the middle of that. And to have a proposal like this is a very positive thing for the town, especially when the characters involved are people that we've trusted over the years, the Savings Bank and Avesta. Avesta already has several projects in the town, and they're all well developed and well run. So so from that perspective, I think that that the town really needs to take a look at the proposal, and the townspeople need to vote on it. And so our job tonight is to, our job at the end of this process is to send it to the selectmen with either a positive or a negative or no a vote for this project. And I, for one, given what's just been said by Durwood and Chris, I'd like to see the what's going to go to the selectmen. I want to see before I vote on it. So I agree with Chris Osterreiter that we need to see what we're going to send to them. So.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I think you speak for the majority of the board here for sure that we would like to see a cleaner version of the contract language with the answers to our town attorney's questions and the corrections that have been suggested today regarding the actual language of the contract zone. So, and the uses and permitted uses that you're requesting.
Could we request some sort of a straw vote, though, provided that we can meet that easy hurdle? We, probably could have done it for tonight if we thought it was necessary. It was more, as I said, in the nature of typographical and stylistic things. I would respectfully request that the chairman poll the board and see if there's support for this project. It's very important for us to know that.
All right, I'll go. Zerwood, I guess just due to well, let me step back. I support the whole efforts on this. I think this is an asset to the town. I've been on this board too damn long and have worked on the Affordable Housing Committee. And I will confess right now for the public, which I've already done the first time we had this, I've done work with Avesta. I did Park Street School, I did Cousins School. So I'm fully aware of what Avesta does, and they do stand by their product and how they treat their people, and they do provide an asset to the community. Park Street is affordable senior housing. And I can tell you from having gone to the open house there, the people that moved into that facility, the expressions on their face, they had a home to go back to because they could not afford to stay where they were. So it is a positive impact for this community. I, for one, Richard, you and I are probably the oldest ones sitting here, appreciate the fact that as you get to a certain age, you decide you need to downsize. And then some people can't afford to even do the downsize. These offer an opportunity for residents of this community to be able to stay in this community. I did Park Street School, which was a contract zone. I went to that, and there were 2 girls that grew up in Kennebunk that had to live out in Lebanon because they couldn't afford to live here. But they also couldn't afford to get to where the job was because they couldn't afford a car. The expression on their face melted my heart because one of them had their own daughter with them, and they were able to move in there and actually work at the job they had. There is such positive benefit that a lot of you out here don't really get a chance to see and understand what this provides for a community. And it is a strong asset. So from that standpoint, I have support for this project. That being said, I want to see the language, and I do have a question that I meant to ask earlier. In terms of the Lot 2, where is it in the contract, or how is that being established?
It's going to be stated in the contract that it's set aside for conservation purposes.
Okay.
I mean,
Because when I started going through this while everybody was talking, I couldn't find it in here, so I just want to be sure.
Yeah.
So seeing that language is important, so, okay? No, and I believe it will be put there. That's been the discussion since day one. And I do. So from that standpoint, that's my position. I want to see the final language before I can make a motion.
Thank you, Bob. And with respect to the applicant, I feel I have a good sense of the board's position on this, and I understand your concern in trying to move forward quickly as possible, but I know this board wants to see what it is we're voting on before we do it. So thank you, but I think we will continue this to our meeting on August 14th, at which time we hope to see the final language of the contract zone and the permitted uses. The public hearing's been closed, so there will not be another comment period for this, before this board, but if and when it gets to the select board, there'll be a public hearing process for them as well. So there'll be another chance to comment.
Mr. Chair, may I ask?
Yep.
I apologize.
That's okay.
With the next meeting, will that also have a public hearing, or is that
No.
strictly with the board?
That
So
public hearing,
that'll
yep.
be just having the board's understanding.
Yep.
So with that, there's not a comfort level with adding a condition that the attorney and the board sees the language as a condition of approval, or that the final revisions we can state being what they would be?
We'll review your final draft after you've had a chance to comment with town attorney, if there's been some back and forth at that point. So,
Thank you.
so we'll see it again on the 14th. Thank you. Board, take a quick 5-minute recess before we hear our next application, the Wedding Cake House.
Maybe it's not the air, maybe it's the atmosphere.
I hope so.
Turn off.
Kicked it down, didn't you?
I can't, it's on 70, I put it down to 65, 60?
Seems like it like turned off. Have some order, please. Have your attention, please. We're getting back into session. Next item on our agenda is a public hearing for a contract zone for the Wedding Cake House at 104 Summer Street. So we will hear from the town planner, and then we'll hear from the applicant. The planning board will then ask some initial questions, and then we'll open up the public hearing, allow members of the public to ask any questions or give us their concerns. After the public hearing, the board may take action on the application. Brittany.
This is for 104 Summer Street, map 81, lot 16, the Wedding Cake House contract zone. It's currently in the suburban residential, historic preservation, resource protection, and shoreland overlay. The existing use is a single family on 2.23 acres. The application is before the board for a public hearing on their proposed contract zone. The board conducted a preliminary review on June 26th and a site walk on June 29th. The proposal is for 2 additional uses, an inn and a community venue, and it is currently defined in Article 2 of the zoning ordinance, and Article 10, Section 17 outlines the design standards. The applicant is requesting relief from the design standards of room size of 200 square feet and requiring a private bath. They are also defining a community venue as the following: a building or place, either indoor or outdoor, used by public and private organizations and members of the general public for meetings, gatherings, special events and functions, indoor and outdoor dining and dancing, including by way of example, but not limited to, weddings, bridal shower, and organizational outings. They're also proposing to decrease the green perimeter strip from 25 feet to 20 feet, except if off-site street parking is provided entirely to the side or rear of the building. The minimum width shall be 10 feet. There was also a letter from the town's attorney that was submitted to the board and to the applicant. They updated the plan for the building. They updated Exhibit B with the purpose to go more in depth of why this is unique to the Wedding Cake House. There are a few typos that need to be fixed, and adding a couple notations for affordable housing and wastewater provisions. The Conservation Commission did review this on their meeting on the 17th, and I do have a memo from them that I'll read shortly. They are also asking for 2 temporary waivers for lighting and any state and federal approvals that they would be required. The letter from the Conservation Commission is: the Conservation Commission has reviewed the application for a contract zone for the Wedding Cake House. We are concerned about the possible erosion caused by foot traffic to the river if such traffic is not managed or prohibited in the contract zone. So that was from the Conservation Commission. As of the previous application, I did receive a few abutters comments that people that could not attend the meeting. Obviously, preference is given to the individuals in the room first.
Thank you, Brittany. Floor is yours.
My turn?
Yes, your turn.
All right. Good evening. My name is Greg Braun. I'm an attorney at Bergen Parkinson here in Kennebunk, and I am here this evening I'm one of a team that represents Mr. and Mrs. Hunt and Katie Edwards, who, through their limited liability company, WCH LLC, are the owners of the beautiful, one-of-a-kind, hard to describe Wedding Cake House located at 104 Summer Street, map 81, lot 16. Old houses are full with memories, and that's why they resist to collapse. Old houses, I thought, do not belong to people ever, not really. Rather, people belong to them. And then finally, and really the reason why we're here, an old house with its windows gone always makes me think of something dead, with its eyes picked out. Right? And so, I'm here today on behalf of the owners of the Wedding Cake House located at 104 Summer Street, technically and specifically seeking a contract zone agreement with the town of Kennebunk, right, to modify exclusively and explicitly just that property to allow for several things. 2 are additional uses from what is currently otherwise allowed on the property. As Brittany indicated, 1 is to use it as an inn, and the other is to use it as a community venue. And then the third would be for modest setback allowances as it relates to one side of the property where there is proposed off-road parking. That's technically why we're here. Now, what's the purpose of why we're here? Why are we asking for these changes? Why are we seeking an agreement with the town of Kennebunk to allow for these uses and this modest change? Well, going to look straight to the comprehensive plan. Not only is this house the cover of the 2022 comprehensive plan for this town, but it and its maintenance, its repair, and its protection are noted no less than 5 times throughout that document, right? The comprehensive plan itself, what words does it use to describe this property? Famous, obviously, right? The most photographed home in the state of Maine. Revered. Revered is the wedding cake house. Venerable is the wedding cake house. And in fact, it is, as described in the Summer Street Historic District portion of the comprehensive plan, called nothing less than beloved, right? So we're here technically seeking allowances for some changes of use to the property. But the purpose of these requests are to make certain that this home, this property, this beloved, venerable, revered, famous fixture of the town of Kennebunk has a method by which it can remain exactly that, a staple of this community, a staple of this state, right? Something that we're all proud of and that we know and history has told us attracts people to this community. That's the purpose. And so how are we effectuating that purpose? We're asking for approval for 2 uses. The first is to allow the property to be used as a relatively modest and small inn. Now, under the ordinance, the town has certain requirements for an inn, what the rooms need to look like as far as dimensions, what they need as far as facilities in the way of private baths. So we're asking, through our contract zone agreement and plan, for approval to convert the wedding cake house into an 8-room inn in such a manner that it maintains exactly its footprint, exactly the way it's outlined and laid out, right? So that the historical importance of the building is not in any way affected. So that's the first thing we're doing. The second thing we're asking for is for approval to use the property as a community venue. And believe it or not, and this was surprising to me, we actually had to create a definition for what this is, right? We wrote this, good, bad, indifferent. A building or place, either indoors or outdoors, used by public and private organizations and members of the general public for meetings, gatherings, special events and functions, indoor and outdoor dining and dancing, including, by way of example, but not limited to, weddings, bridal showers, and organizational outings, right? So the property owners are asking for the ability to use this property as a small inn, and they're asking for the ability to use this property to hold community venues, indoor and out, or community events, indoor and out. And why are they asking for these 2 specific changes in use? They're asking for these specific changes in use, or allowances in use, so that they can have a revenue stream sufficient to maintain this glorious, wonderful matriarch of the Kennebunk community, right, as we all want to see it be and remain, all right? One of the jokes I saw real quick was you start rebuilding an old home, by the time you're done, you've afforded a new one, right? I don't know how many in here have tried any sort of modest home repair or upkeep, and I don't know how many in here have tried to do so on something like the wedding cake house. But believe me when I say, and believe me on behalf of the property owners, that it's no small fortune that is required to maintain this property and to restore it to a place where I think we would all agree, and certainly based on how it appears in the comprehensive plan, everyone wants to see it at, right? And so that's the reason we're doing this. We're asking for these specific changes for that purpose so that the wedding cake house will continue on, and will continue on in a way that this town and this community can be proud of it. Importantly, this is fully in compliance and specifically contemplated by this town's comprehensive plan, right? By way of example, the comprehensive plan sets forth in part the following specific strategy to achieve the goal we're talking about, which is restoration, maintenance, and the care of the unique identity and small town character of Kennebunk. It indicates as a goal that the town should consider public-private partnerships between the town and owners of significant historic structures in order to assist the owners with the restoration, rehabilitation, and maintenance of these structures. As a specific example stated in the comprehensive plan, it references the wedding cake house. It says, despite resources available to owners of historic homes to perform maintenance and repairs, the cost of owning such a home can be a large financial burden. At any given time, some historic homes will need to be repaired and painted. At the time of this writing, the notable example of a home that requires repairs is the venerable and much revered wedding cake house. The project may involve public and private cooperation to ensure the renewal of a valuable historic asset for Kennebunk and for the community. So the things we're asking for, right, which is this opportunity to create a revenue stream sufficient to maintain this property, isn't just beneficial for the owner. It's not just beneficial for those that enjoy seeing it and visiting the wedding cake house, but it's actually explicitly indicated and contemplated that such actions would take place in the comprehensive plan. It's important to remember that a town's framework consists not only of new housing, as we just heard a lot about, right, but also the overall look and feel of the built environment. That's straight from the comprehensive plan. Kennebunk has a large historic district overlay zone that showcases these homes of sea captains and merchants whose business success came from the wooden shipbuilding area. This includes the wedding cake house, a private home that is popular to tourists and locals alike. Protection of these homes within the historic district overlay adds to the town's appeal for residents and for visitors and benefits businesses that serve these needs. And so, we've been before the board once for a preliminary hearing, generally found approval to move on to the next step. We had a site walk where members of the public and the board were allowed to come out and take a look. That promoted this process to where we are now, which is a public hearing before the planning board. And I'm hopeful that having just heard the prior contract zone application and discussion, many of us will now realize that what we're doing here is seeking these zoning changes, and that while we do have a proposed site plan, right, all of these details and most all of the concerns I've generally heard from the public will be considered and steps taken to speak to those concerns when we get to a full site plan process later on. Several of the concerns that I did hear previously, and I just want to speak to quickly. One is the noise. It seems lots of people have a concern, the abutters at least, about the noise that this use, this community venue might create. The property is relatively, guarded or shielded. There is vegetation and buildup on all sides, and the area which is intended to be used for community gatherings outdoors is at the back of the property and away from the front street. This is not to minimize concerns about noise, but rather simply to say that we believe the property on its own is going to create an environment where these fears may be overly stated. And again, as part of this broader and larger process, any plan, any build is going to come back here to the planning board prior to going into effect. The second, and I think this might be even more important to a broader portion of the population, is this fear that creating a contract zone exclusively on this piece of land is going to somehow create a precedent for all of the other properties in town or all of the other properties on Summer Street. And what I would point to in response to those concerns are two things. One, we've heard it said, and we're talking about it again, just how difficult it is for a contract zone to go from idea all the way to fruition and build, right? We're effectively at our third meeting here, and we're not even halfway there. We still got to go to the Board of Selectmen, and then the town has to vote on it. And so that's true for any and all properties. The second is not to lose sight of what it is we're talking about, which is unequivocally one of the most unique properties in the entire state of Maine. What we're asking for, right, only works because the Wedding Cake House is what it is. More than 5 times in the comprehensive plan, it's referenced as an important piece of this community that is necessary to protect, promote, and preserve. And the kind of love that is shown to it through the verbiage, and I think as we all know, based on our part and participation in this community, makes it something that really is worth protecting. And so that's what we're here for. That's what we're asking for. That's why we're asking for it. These are what we expect to be broadly the effects of this program or this plan. And we hope that no matter how old she gets, everyone may still get a chance to have a picture with her before the dance ends. And with that, I will take questions.
Thank you. Dan, do you have any questions or comments?
Not at this point.
Thank you. Janice?
Kind of some nitty-gritty details. I was wondering, under the contract zone language, how you came up with the hours operation.
Yes, ma'am. So the hours of operation are the standard daytime operating hours as defined or indicated. I stand to be corrected, but I believe within the Kennebunk ordinance itself. If not, it is certainly a community and state standard. And so everyone is aware of what that is. Daytime hours are what would affect and govern the use of this location as a community venue. And those are anticipated, like every other business in town, to be between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday.
Your defined uses, of course, are, weddings, organizational outings, 7 a.m.?
Well, so again, that is the definition of daytime hours. I would expect that even though an event may not be taking place, individuals who might be working the event or may need access to it to set up or prepare may be in and out of there at or about those times.
Okay, I certainly would like to revisit that. So when I came out for the site walk, as you recall, the last visit, I was concerned about the grade level between the upper park and lower. I'm okay with that after seeing it in person. So it's kind of interesting. Going for a site walk can take care of one concern, but it can raise another. So the big concern I think I have after seeing it in person is the amount of erosion that's taking place along the river, and the safety aspect of that. In having people in that backyard, in a tent, wedding ceremonies, people are having a good time, drinking, and I could just, in my mind, felt like this is a really big safety factor. So we can talk about that, but I would like at some point a list of the square footage of the rooms. It doesn't sound like they're far off. I just for my own thinking. And I see two references, 1 to 6 rooms, 1 to 8 rooms, so we just need to make sure we true that up. And is the fire department okay with proposed turnaround?
Yes, they've been involved, and the town has been involved in the creation and engineering, so to speak, of the parking lot. And in fact, we widened from some of our initial plans several of the areas to allow for what we understand to be sufficient turnaround area.
Okay, all right, good. And I've got a few others, but I'll let it go for now.
Sure.
Thank
And just
you.
to speak to your point, you are correct that the square footage for these rooms is not very far off in many instances. And I think most of the rooms, in fact, would qualify for the square footage. We're just talking about maybe 2 or 3 of the total 8 proposed that would be below that current necessary size.
Okay, thank you. I'll let my colleagues continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Janice. Bob?
Well, first off, I have to apologize that I wasn't at the first meeting this was presented, and I was out of the country, and the night you had the site walk, I had another planning board meeting in another town. So, that being said, your comment of the fire turnaround, I started looking at the dimensions on here, and I guess I'll turn to Chris. Have you looked at this? Because I was kind of confused by all of a sudden having a 29-foot wide travel lane in one place and a 26.4-foot travel way in another place, which is not typically standard, so.
Yeah, I think we've looked at it and realized there's a lot of room to tighten things up and also refine things. And I think not getting to the detailed level of engineering that maybe we'd like to see at this point, we know there's room for improvement with it. The only comment I would have is that exceptionally wide drive out on that rear area does eat into that buffer along the adjacent property. And I think recognizing that could be reduced and still meet our conventional standards is where the conversation really needs to go.
Okay, because that was my biggest concern with taking away from the buffer and why we had such the dimensions we had, and knowing that we had a larger.
Yeah, that is not needed to support a fire apparatus turnaround. That can be accommodated within that area up by the bay, so it shouldn't need to be that wide to get down there. I think that's something we've been trying to advance, knowing it'd be addressed certainly at the tail end of things when we get to formal site plan review, but.
Right. I guess what I'm concerned partly with is part of the contract, they're showing essentially what they want to build and looking for the relief at this point for the buffers. And, you know me, when I
Yep.
start looking at plans,
I absolutely agree. I think you could go with conventional drive aisle width that meets the standard and still provide additional buffer, and the plan would still function. Yep.
because I'm really concerned about the 10-foot section, that width.
I will note for your knowledge that that the buffer there, none of the foliage or tree growth along the edge of the property within that buffer is set to be reduced. So the area where the parking lot is proposed, and again, it is a proposal, still subject to final plan review as we proceed down the process, would not in any way remove what is already there as far as old growth vegetation, I'll call it.
Like I said, not having been able to be on the sidewalk, and we don't walk properties unless it's a public sidewalk, so driving by, I don't get all the views that I needed to get, so that is one of the concerns I have. Obviously, predicated on some comments from the previous one you heard, is how you protect your neighbors. And while this does have to come back to the board, you are showing something on here that you're requesting a relief as far as the setback in the buffer area. So that's one of my concerns. So I'll leave it at that and wait for the rest of the public comment, and I may have other questions.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks. Richard.
Yes, I'm concerned about the community venue portion of your plan as far as traffic and noise goes. As Bob just stated, we need to make sure that we protect your neighbors from undue noise and undue traffic. The other thing that Janice brought up was she was concerned about people who might be in danger because of the riverbank chunking off. I'm also concerned about the river with the bank chunking off, and I think that if this gets passed, and you do have venues down there in the back, that you need to keep people away from the river bank, because we also want to protect our river, the Kennebunk River, as well as the people. You mentioned in your opening about people may be concerned about this setting a precedent. I'm concerned about this setting a precedent. There's a lot of other large houses on Summer Street that perhaps could do the same thing, and now instead of a group of historic homes that people just live in, do we wind up with a carnival on Summer Street? And I don't think that's what was thought of when the historic district was first formed for the town of Kennebunk. And so we need to be careful, however this is written, that it does not promote an opportunity for precedent for other houses on the street. I guess those are my initial comments.
Yes, sir. And if I can respond just real
Certainly.
quickly to both of
Hold on one second. I did get a message from the TV. Can you just speak into the mic or move the mic closer to your mouth? Having a
Speak
hard...
into the mic.
Yes,
Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
All right. Generally, I'm told I have an outside voice, so I kind of hoped that, it would still
But
come
you're
through.
going to have a TV voice here.
Yes, sir. So speaking to the riverbank first, because I think that's, relatively easy to address. Both are, but certainly that. It is quite steep, and I think the property owner would actually tell you that since they've owned the property, they've never made their way down to the river because it's effectively impassable. It would not be safe to do. And so your concerns about guests to the property getting too close, for a photo op or something like that, are founded and justified. And certainly as part of any formal and final plan, either barriers or some sort of a fence along that section, if that's what was necessary, could be contemplated and installed. But we don't have any expectation of allowing guests down to that section. And obviously, as you can see on the plan, none of the proposed improvements or even the use is within the shoreland zone of the river. As it relates to the precedent, I understand people's concern. You live in a neighborhood, you want to keep it a certain way. Again and again, all I can say is that we wouldn't be here asking for this if it wasn't this specific unique property. This property, frankly, is not like all the others. This has a special place in this community, and the town has made it clear that it thinks this is the sort of property that this specific property needs to be purposefully and uniquely provided for or allowed for. And part of that is in creating a revenue stream sufficient to allow for that maintenance and upkeep and repair. And so I recognize the concern, but again and again, I can just point to the contract zone process, how difficult or arduous it can be, and the very uniqueness of the issue and the property that brings us before the board.
Then you need to make sure you write your contract zone so that the changes that you want or the zoning that you want is constructed for the uniqueness of that property.
Yes, sir. Oh, and as I...
So you need to do a good, you tell a good story up there, but you're going to need to tell a good story in writing.
Yeah. So
in the
I hear
zone.
you. What I can point to is, again, the request to modify the otherwise necessary requirements of an room, right, under the ordinance. And we're asking for relief from that so that we can maintain the specific and unique character of the building. To the extent you would like to see, further specific reference to the wedding cake house and the need to preserve it and restore it and work with the town to that end, as it's explicitly stated in the comprehensive plan, so that others that would come later can look to this and understand exactly why this contract zone was approved. We're happy to include some additional detail and justification.
that's necessary as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. All right, at this point, we'll open up the public hearing. Members of the public.
Sir, apologies. If I may, I think one member of our team, Mr. Tom Murphy, had hoped to have a moment to kind of piggyback on my initial presentation. Thank you.
No problem. Yep, you're on.
Good evening. It took a little longer to get up here. My legs fell asleep during the last 2 to 3 hours.
Well, tell me about it.
Yeah. In 1974, I became a member of this board and later of its chairman. That was 49 years ago. And I lied at that time because I didn't tell them I was only 8 years old at that time. Also, we didn't have circulated air, we didn't have windows, and smoking was allowed in the public meetings. So usually about by 9 o'clock, because there were always cigars being spoken, you had to go to sound vote rather than voting by hand because you couldn't see the audience and you couldn't see members at the table. We're in another century now, and your responsibilities have become more complex. We appreciate your service. This hearing, to me, has the backdrop of the loss of one of our earliest antique houses at the north entrance to our historic village. I shudder every time I pass that almost empty site now. Tonight, I'd like to talk to you, as we are, my wife and I, Shirley, 48-year residents of the Kennebunk Landing neighborhood. 27 years we spent as direct abutters of the Wedding Cake House. We own 16 acres just up the river a tad, and if someone was in the backyard of the Wedding Cake House, we stand on our deck and wave at each other. It was that close. I've written a detailed history of the house, the man who built it in 1824 or 1825, which means we have a 200th anniversary of its survival. The 33 vessels built in the backyard, the local men who built them, and our town's role in our country's 18th century, 19th century maritime history. More importantly, some of the concerns that I've heard, I can answer with insights, knowing for almost 50 years, 4 of the owners of the Wedding Cake House. And I've witnessed the ups, downs, and near deaths for the house itself. Number one, I met Mary Lord in 1974. Her husband, Harold Lord, was a recently retired Army lifer, the great-great-grandson of George and Jean Bourne. The house was in terrible condition when they arrived from Alaska. The rotting Gothic revival turrets and pinnacles had to be tied with heavy ship's rope to the house's numerous chimneys. Each week, when I would see Mary, there were large rotten sections that would fall off and splat on the ground. There was no way on an Army pension that they could maintain the grounds and the gingerbread decorations. A further complication was that Harold came home sick and had to be on oxygen. He was in a front bedroom, no air conditioning. The buses, diesel buses, would pull up in front, and they refused to turn the buses off. Mrs. Lord contacted the owners. She'd go out, talk to the bus drivers, and the diesel fumes would just whiff right up into the house. So she couldn't maintain the property. She could see it having a negative effect on her life and her husband's health. When she sold the house, everyone that knew her said there was a complete change in her personality because she wasn't carrying the cross of that house that her family had inherited, and she became a very happy, enjoying life person. The number the second owner, in 1983, Mary Burnett arrived, and I always believed that she arrived on a white horse. Owning this house, she had had a wish when she was a college student that someday she would own it. And she arrived with experience in restoration of houses and inns. And she arrived with a vision of what was, not remaking it into something different, but taking it back to what it was. And she went to work trying to find historic records and resources. And during the 1930s, unemployed architects and draftspeople were hired by WPA to go out to America's famous historic houses and actually find out and draw, as in much detail as they could, blueprints of those houses. And they went to the Library of Congress, and Mary went to the Library of Congress and found that the Wedding Cake House was one of those properties that was inventoried and drawn up. Working with the library, she found those drawings. She now had the detailed, historically accurate blueprints of the house's Gothic Revival icing, turrets, battlements, and pinnacles. Now, it could have been a different house, because after George retired, he started messing with the house. And he started out with Greek Revival. And so he started with the barn, but a year or two later, and he had Doric columns, Greek architecture on the wing of the house, but then he had a fire. The barn was burnt down. And at that time, Gothic Revival came in, and he bought or ordered magazines from Europe and America, and that was the new style. And so when the barn was rebuilt, it became Gothic Revival. And then eventually it was carried to the Wedding Cake House main body itself. They went and replaced, using the historical diagrams, with using master wood carvers and carpenters, put the restored material up, painted, restored the fence in front, the circular garden gate, and she saved the house. I refer to her as always the savior of that house. Tim Ames, who grew up in the neighborhood, did a letter to the editor in which he stated that without Mary Burnett, there would be a plain brick late federal house sitting on the lot. That's how close it came. So, and I think when I heard the comprehensive plan, many people in this community began to understand how close of a call that was and how extraordinary this house is. The third owner was Jimmy Barker. And if you've met Jimmy, I can say as a historian, without having been all the way back there in 1824, that Jimmy was probably the most flamboyant and outgoing owner during the house's 198 years. Many times when he'd spot a couple out front that looked pretty interested in the house, he'd say, "Hey, you want to come through the house with me?" He'd take a half hour, 45 minutes at their time in order to introduce them to the Wedding Cake House. It was Jimmy's idea after Katrina to raise funds for the Bill Clinton and George H. Bush Foundation. They were attempting to address the housing disasters in New Orleans. For a month, local volunteers made it happen all throughout the house. One of our neighbors was there for the full month out front with the tickets every day the house was open. We estimated that somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 people went through the house at that time. This is a house where there was very little public access before, maybe close friends and family. But 1,500 people, maybe as many as 2,000, went through tours of the house and got a chance to meet Jimmy. Things began to turn in a negative way for the house, that Jimmy's house in Florida was destroyed by fire, also killing his best friend, also called Jimmy. He ran through the permitting process problem in that city, and it literally took years for him to get through that. and during that time, his health began to decline. During that time, the house remained empty, and with New England weather, salt air, flaking paint, bare wood, the house began to retreat again. The house stood empty. Jimmy, because of his health, was unable to keep coming back up. So the house was empty for quite a while. After Jimmy's death, his estate, which included the wedding cake house, went into multi-year probate, and the house continued to decline. If you remember driving past the house, the very ornate hanging sign in front began to flake, bare wood, and after a couple of years, the bottom half just broke in half and dropped to the ground. And that was happening to the house as well. So many locals, knowing that I had written a book, began asking me, what the heck is happening? This house is going backwards after it had been beautifully restored. The new owners were Hunt and Catherine Edwards. And I think they came in, luckily for the town of Kennebunk, riding on white horses. Jimmy's nephew was a major builder in Tennessee and Florida, and they took on the challenge. His builder's eye went beyond just the superficial, and he caught major challenges over the last 2 years to the house's structural integrity, putting the central house at risk. Not the draped icing, but the house itself. Rot in the sills all throughout the house, rot in the siding, rot at the windows, masonry work that was necessary to save the house. I wouldn't even guess how many hundreds of thousands of dollars it was. Now, I think we're going to get to see a treat, because after this 2 to 3 years worth of work, the work is coming around to the front of the house, and people will be able to appreciate the restoration of this house. All of us, when we have visitors, we take the loop. We go to the Kennebunk beaches, go Dock Square, out past the bushes, Cape Porpoise, and we bring our visitors back to the wedding cake house. I dare you to find someone that doesn't do that. We've seen with Bernard Tavern, we've seen 2 overwhelming votes in this town to change the zoning to save as much of that house as could be. Questions were, copycats that might want to follow the example of the wedding cake house. There is no doubt this is a historic and significant property. And I think in the write-up going to the voters, that has to be stressed. There's a couple thousand of them that were able to go into the house because of Jimmy Barker. So my wife and I are in support. We usually don't for spot zoning. We are in support of this because I'm afraid that without that revenue stream, the house will be at risk again, as it has been just in the 50 years that I've known that. And I think that would be a tragedy even greater than what's happened on Portland Road in this last year. Any questions? Okay. I have
Thank you.
a few historical
Thank you.
Evening, I'll be brief.
Just 1 second. Sorry, are you part of the team or are you part of the public?
I'm part of the public.
Okay.
That ends our initial presentation.
Okay, thank you. So let me just formally now open up the public hearing. If you please introduce yourself and we'll hear your comments.
My name is Susan Edwards. I live at 98 Summer Street. Like Tom and Sheila Murphy, I have been a resident of the street for many years. On Upper Summer Street at 24, which was a historic house, the Taylor Berry House, and for the last 26 years I have lived at 98. One of the reasons that I made the decision to purchase my house in the Landing was because it was in a National Register Historic District. And I think it's important to point out that although the town of Kennebunk was the first to have a historic district in the state in 1963, It did not become a National Register Historic District until 1974, so it's far more important than a local historic district. There are a number of important houses in Kennebunk, and especially on Summer Street. I'm adamantly opposed to a contract zone, not because of an inn, but because of the community use. And without getting into the weeds, primarily the noise is a huge issue for those of us who live close by, and to think that from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. at night, there will be people setting up, shutting down, dancing, having music is intolerable. We have a very tight-knit community. We all love our houses, and they are all historic and important to us. I know that I speak for many of my neighbors when I say that we would love a revenue stream to improve our houses and to do the restoration work that needs to be done, but that's not always possible. So I encourage you to think about the neighbors and the abutters and the historic district and how important it is to those of us who live there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Ostrander Roberts, town historian, but I'm not here under that hat. I'm here just as a community member. I had a couple questions as to the revenue stream. Has that been, I know that it's necessary in a modern world to have a revenue stream to protect these homes. However, I'm not sure that it entails the full-fledged public venue. I don't know if that's been looked at to see if there are other revenue generating possibilities that don't have that impact, such as the house tours or the inn, which it could still be an inn. It was an inn with Mary Lord in 1947. Would that be enough of a revenue generating entity, or is it strictly because having wedding functions is the monetary need that they have? I just think that it doesn't have to be a contract zone to be an inn again. So some of those other options might need to be thought about. I understand that they do need the revenue because we don't want to lose that house. I think that would be a tragic thing. But I just wonder dollars and cents if there's other options. That's it.
Hi, my name's David Spofford. I live at 106 Summer Street, which is right next door to the Wedding Cake House. My property borders the Wedding Cake House from Summer Street to the river. I trump Tom and probably almost everyone except Dick, probably, of living in Kennebunk and living on Summer Street. My family have owned 4 homes on Summer Street. 45 Summer Street, 58 Summer Street, 106 Summer Street, and 108 Summer Street. So when it comes to old homes, I bought what is now known as the Waldo Emerson Inn in 1984. I won't tell you what I paid for it because there is a current owner of the inn in this room right now, and he paid way, 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 way more than I paid for my house. But I did, when I bought it, the house was in terrible condition. It was built in 1780. Talking about historic homes, it probably is more historic than the Wedding Cake House because it was built by a gentleman by the name of Theodore Lyman, who came from Massachusetts, brought his new bride from Salem, Mass, to live in Kennebunk, Maine. She stayed here for about a year, and she was so afraid of being attacked by the Indians that she said to her husband, "I'm moving back to Salem," which he moved her back to Salem, and he hired the Kingsburys and the Bournes to run the shipyard, which is where my house stands today. So at the time I bought the house, I spent over $250,000 in 1984 to bring it back to a livable condition for my family. So trying to have a money stream for any house on Summer Street would be wonderful. And I did that. I had the first inn on Summer Street. I called it the Lyman Kingsbury House at the time. We had 2 rooms. I have a newspaper distribution company that I still own. And I had a photo processing company in the house. So it's allowed in residential zones to have home occupations. And a lot of people on Summer Street have apartments in their houses, et cetera, et cetera. If you can't afford a house on Summer Street, these homes are known as money pits. People sell them. There have been, since I owned the house in 1984, there have been 5 owners of the Waldo Emerson Inn since. And I would estimate that they have spent well over $1 million since I bought the house. So we're talking about lots of money on houses on Summer Street. Today, as I was coming down the street, I counted 30 homes on Summer Street that have approximately the same square footage as the Wedding Cake House. All those homes, most of them have enough land mass to do the same type of thing that's being proposed at the Wedding Cake House. I tell you, and I guarantee that if the zoning and the town allows a contract zone to go on the Wedding Cake property, no matter how significant it is, there will be other people on the street who will follow suit. Because if you've got a house, the average house on Summer Street is selling for over $1 million. There's one for sale for 3.5. If you can sell your house to a wedding venue, your $1.6 million house now becomes $3 million. So I understand the monetary value that maybe somebody would get, but noise is a huge, huge issue. We can hear the football games at the football field from the PA system coming down the Kennebunk River. The average rule of thumb is noise travels 1 mile on land, 3 miles on the ocean. So if you're sitting at the wedding cake venue, that noise will go all the way past Evergreen Cemetery and all the way to Route 1. So my wife and I, last week, we spent a few hours and we took flyers around to a lot of our neighbors. So I thank a lot of people who came to this meeting tonight to support or to voice their opinion on the Wedding Cake House. A lot of the people we talked to didn't know that there was a contract zone proposed for this zone. They were surprised that there was going to be a wedding venue proposed, that there might be outdoor dancing. Tonight we hear from an attorney who says it could be from 7 o'clock till 10 o'clock at night, the noise. I would hope, having listened to contract zone discussion from the West Kennebunk people, I would hope that going forward, that if we're going to keep proposing contract zones, that there are some real strong language put in any contract zone legislation that restricts what people can do. The thing that bothers me the most is that if a contract zone is given to a party, they can do anything they want until they get to site plan. So it really bothers me that we're going through this process. A question for you people tonight: can you end a contract zone at your level, or does it always have to go to the selectmen?
So the select board is who decides whether the question gets on the ballot. The board has an obligation to make a recommendation. They can do positive or negative, so it does not die here. Their work here ends after they say we're done, but the select board has the final decision whether it
Okay,
gets to
but
the
they
ballot.
can't close down a contract zone at this level.
Correct.
Okay, because when I was on the Board of Selectmen, we depended on the planning board's decisions because we didn't go through the process. Most of us never went on the site plan, on the site walks, et cetera. So my concern is that as a select person, when I was on the board, I never really knew, except when I listened to what you people told me, my recommendation to move it to the town vote was what you guys said. And then the townspeople know even less than the selectmen. So you get to the point when we talk about noise, the first day there's a wedding on Summer Street, and the police department gets 25 calls from people up and down Summer Street as they're out having their cocktails after they just bought their $2 million house. And then the people in Arundel right across the river from us who have no control whatsoever, they're calling the police department or the sheriff's department in that case because they don't have a police department. So this is a serious, serious problem. My recommendation to the owners of the Wedding Cake House is that if you cannot afford the property, sell it. Thank you.
If I can please just briefly respond to a couple of those comments. First, by statute,
I would guess we would ask, is there a point of clarification here, or are you, I don't want to make it a debate between each.
A
That's all
point of
I'm trying to say.
clarification. So by statute, if any provision or requirement within the contract zone agreement is not followed, the town is fully empowered to enforce those terms, including the termination of any and all rights or privileges that might be provided through a contract zone agreement. So this suggestion that there isn't any recourse is just false on its face. And then just as it relates to the noise, I hear a lot of concern. We understand and appreciate that. I think there's a lot of conclusions that are reached without, potentially much insight or review or investigation. This property, like all properties in the town of Kennebunk, are subject to the nuisance ordinances, and were it such that any event or party or function at this location constituted a noise violation, the town, through any and all of its enforcement arms, would be able to step in and do something about that. And all I can really say, further to that concern, is that it would be an awful waste of money and unfortunate for the applicant going through this process if, when we get to the back end, they conduct themselves in such a way that none of this could actually take place. And so I would just speak to that. Thank you.
Other public comments?
Good evening. I'm Joan Pinto. I live at Gilpatrick, 3 Gilpatrick Lane. I've heard a lot of poetic language at this, protecting this grand old lady. There are many ways we can protect her. We can form a town committee to work on. We can work on it together. The purpose of this owner is to make money. My family has 17 venues, wedding venues, in the Philadelphia area. We rent in historic homes. They're all in parks of 15 to 20 acres. There are 2 of the 17 that are in residential areas, and it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for us to try to mitigate the noise. It's a nightmare for the neighbors. There is no way to lessen the noise in outdoor weddings. Weddings are in the afternoon, they're in the evening, so we're talking about 2 weddings a day for 7 months a year. That's 200 weddings. It's $1 million business. This is a residential area. The most beautiful homes in Kennebunk will be affected. The housing values will be cut in half. It's like living next to an airport. For 7 months a year, we'll have from 12 noon, when the first afternoon wedding is, and they're in tents outside, to the evening weddings at 10 o'clock. We're going to have 8 hours of the band playing. Weddings are usually, the average wedding is 125 to 150. That requires at least a staff of 50. They have 30 parkings here. 30 parkings won't take care of the staff. For 150 guests, there's no place to park. They're going to have to be bussed in. That means running 7 to 8 buses, and not just at the beginning of the wedding or the end. They have to run it during the wedding. People want to leave sometimes in the middle. So we have all these busing coming through. We can save this house in other ways, not by destroying the houses up and down Summer Street, which are in themselves beautiful old homes, but by getting together as a town and finding a way to have a revenue stream that's not $1 million, but a revenue stream so we can save this lady, but not by giving someone the opportunity to have a business and make $1 million. Thank you.
Let's just get through the public hearing. Sorry, we were getting pressed.
Hello, my name is Margaret Weibel. I live at 93 Summer Street. I've lived there for 22 years now. For many of the reasons that this lady was kind enough to lay out for you, I'm dead set against having this turn into some kind of a commercial venue. If it were to be a small inn, fine. But the traffic, the noise, our area in Summer Street is a residential area. There are any number of houses above Depot that will be lining up to do the same thing that this gentleman wants to do with the Wedding Cake House. I'm dead set against it.
Good evening to the board and public. Randy Gates, 56 Heath Road, Kennebunk. And let me start by saying, the consensus overall that I'm hearing is, and I'm very much for this, sustainable economic growth for the town and the residents. That this is an inherent challenge, no question, and there's no easy answer, and we're not going to get to it tonight, but I think that's a common thread, is what I've definitely observed. What I would say, and it's already been discussed and pointed out, just purely from an ordinance standpoint, the room sizes to be an inn, the historic nature of the property is absolutely unique. It's absolutely there. But at the same time, the ordinances clearly call out what has to be required for an inn. And by the ordinance, you have to default to the ordinance. That's how I read the ordinance, and that's how I become familiar with it. I don't think there's any wiggle room on that. The other observation I have is from a state level, anything that's commercial use, it's a requirement from a fire marshal standpoint, and that's about life safety egress. Very straightforward. Commercial use, commercial usage, that triggers other commission reviews at some point in time. One thing that I was very glad to hear throughout this from a town perspective is the comprehensive plan. It is applicable to the entire town, of which the historic district and this particular property, the Wedding Cake, absolutely are a part of that. But it's an absolutely town-wide initiative and progress. So I hope that the town does implement that across the board. In the last meeting I did attend or listen to, I can't remember which, the adjacent property, you look at zoning currently and how it's being used. I just leave that at that. That's really what I wanted to say overall. I would just repeat the fact that as a town, we all want to achieve sustainable economic growth. And we all understand it. And it is a challenge owning properties in a historic district. It is a challenge on these homes. They're very expensive to upkeep and or rebuild. So I would just keep that in context that when you have ordinances, it's been made very clear to me that the ordinances are the ordinances, and they should be enforced as such. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Gail Spofford. I also live at 106 Summer Street. Yeah, it actually gave me a ride here. The following is the mission statement of the town's handbook for boards and commissions. The town of Kennebunk partners with our community members to deliver superior service in the most effective and efficient manner possible while preserving, protecting, and enhancing the quality of life as we plan forward. And I bring that up because this gentleman here referred quite often to the comprehensive plan, so I'm going to refer to a couple of other documents during my little question and discussion period. I'm not happy that I have to be here to protect the residential status of my home. I shouldn't have to do that. You should be doing that on my behalf. There are listed on the website 9 current contract zones. I think they might be missing one, but I could not find that. None of those contract zones are in a residential district. So there are no commercial changes in a strictly residential zone. There are plenty of permitted uses that provide for opportunities to create revenue. Anyone can have a home occupation, as David mentioned. Since 1984, our family, between us, have run and profited from 6 home occupations, because I've also worked out of the house as an accountant and a member of an accounting firm that practiced before the IRS. We also worked at salaried jobs. I liked being self-employed better. So there are plenty of opportunities to generate income other than having a commercial venue in a residential zone. Of course, we lived in our home, but the Wedding Cake House, WCH LLC, has indicated that the owner is not going to live in the house. At the June meeting, which I had to listen to because unfortunately, being a member of the school board, I was not able to attend the meeting on Monday the 26th because the board had their last meeting of the year. At the June meeting, the owner and the LLC agent told this board they were going to be and/or were already in the process of hiring a manager. If I were a non-resident party that inherited Jimmy's estate, I would, as David had mentioned and Susan had mentioned, sell it. The venue at present will impact the suburban residential district, the historic district overlay, the resource protection zone, and the shoreland zone. And it will, with requested waivers, which I also object to, be operational for a potential 196 days a year, with increased traffic noise, people and party noise, air pollution, light incursion, and increased shoreline erosion. And I agree with the Conservation Commission. There is already erosion on the riverbank at the Wedding Cake House. We were told at the site walk, which I attended, to be careful we didn't walk there because the ground was unstable. Personally, on just the other side of our lot line is the Lyman Kingsbury, the Kingsbury-born shipyard. The ships were never built on the river in front of the Wedding Cake House. They were at the shipyard next door, where the Bourne family grew up, where George Bourne, who built the Wedding Cake House, grew up. We currently have 2 boatways on the front of our property going down into the river. When my children were quite young and when we were in the process of doing some of the front landscaping, I discovered what is probably the household dump site. And one of them was in the ways. I found steel nails that were and spikes that were used on the ships that had been damaged, so they weren't used, they were in the ground. There was some kind of metal rod running down one of the ways. I never did figure out what that was. So during that time, the state came, because I called, and it was a long time ago, so I don't remember which department I called, but they came down and laid a grid for me in the ways closest to the wedding cake house lot line. And we had several school groups come down and do digs in that area. And then when the woman was leaving, she said the safest way to protect this, to keep what was in there already intact, was for us to fill it in with yard waste, branches, leaves, excuse me. So that's what we've been doing, but we have managed to maintain those two boatways. The erosion on the riverbank at the Wedding Cake House, the runoff from the water at the at the Wedding Cake House, is going to significantly damage the riverbed, the ridge of the river, the riverbank. And they've had several trees on their side because they're mostly deciduous. And when they fall head first into the river. We've had a massive pine tree fall, and they slide feet first. So now we have a little jutting peninsula in front of one side of our yard. It's been there since 2016 when we had significant rain that spring. There's another tree down in the river that came down last week in one of the rainstorms. I believe it fell from Mr. Kingsbury's yard. I don't believe it came from ours, but it took out some of the riverbank with us. So it is a very fragile environment there. But my primary concern is a contract commercial zone in a residential area. And all of that review will happen after there's a contract zone. So once there's a contract zone, when the owner decides they can't do what they want to do, or they cannot afford to do it, even given the revenue stream, they can sell it to anybody, but it remains a contract zone. So we still don't get relief from that once it's a contract zone. In 2019, WCH LLC registered to do business in Maine with a non-commercial agent. The only change they've made is that in 2021, they changed the agent to a commercial agent. So to my mind, to my way of thinking, having done this research, since 2021, their whole purpose was to provide for a commercial enterprise in a residential zone. And I think you do great harm, as Susan said, and as Margaret said, to the integrity of the entire street and the entire historic zone, which expands up to Route 1 and down all the way to the border of Lower Village. So the last thing I would like to mention to you is Section 6 Suburban Residential as part of the zoning, the last two lines. The plan's intention is to maintain a relatively low density of development as a break between the more intensely developed Kennebunk Village and Lower Village. Thank you.
Sorry, can you turn the mic back on? The base.
Base of the mic.
There you go. Thank you. Oh, no. Now you're
Okay.
You're good.
Thank you. Members of the planning board, my name is Charles Godfrey. I live in Kennebunk. I understand the concerns, and I don't even have enough knowledge to justify an opinion. But I do know this, that significant historic buildings almost always do not survive under private ownership. If you look at the towns of Salem, Massachusetts, Newburyport, Massachusetts, they have made exceptions to grant rights to historic buildings of importance, which of course the Wedding Cake is, for their survival. There's no guarantee that if Mr. Edwards and Mrs. Edwards sell the house, that it'll land and not end up in the same condition as Mr. Murphy explained. So I, believe me, understand the fears of what's been brought up here earlier. But I will tell you, if you look to Salem, look to Newburyport, look to others, they have crafted ways to have these houses survive by having outside the revenue streams. I don't know, I wish I had the codes and all that of those towns that I could show you. But I do know that it is commonly done. Most major historic buildings in the country have other revenue streams. Museums do it. Colleges do it. They create other revenue streams for the survival of the building. Charleston, South Carolina is famous for it. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
I'm a terrible public speaker. I'm Cecily Cannon. I live at 103 Summer Street, and I moved in 1985 to the house I live in now. It was rotten to the core. I could stick a butter knife through the joists in my basement. I was a carpenter. My husband was a carpenter. I was then a firefighter, and now I'm as poor as I've ever been because I'm a doctor and I won't work for the hospital. So my house needs paint. If any of you want to provide a revenue stream, that would be great. So I moved there. It was a residential neighborhood. It is a residential neighborhood. I know, and sometimes spend time with my neighbors. And the street has always been that way. So the proposed revenue income for the Wedding Cake House changes the entire character of the 38 years I've put my blood, sweat, and tears into my house, and will be, I was young and had a wedding, and it was kind of noisy. And that's what I would expect at least Friday, Saturday, and maybe Sunday for the coming years if this is allowed. I understand there's 30 some odd parking spaces, and so unless you're going to restrict the number of guests that could be there to maybe 60, it's going to be completely unacceptable in our neighborhood. So I don't think there's anything historic about having weddings outside with electronic music. It was said that we could hear the football games. We hear the football games from the high school. We hear the train. We can hear the foghorns from the ocean. So if you think the noise of a wedding isn't going to impact us on a weekly, maybe daily basis from the house that, I've spent my entire adult life working my butt off, basically, to, create something that wasn't going to get torn down, that's craziness. It's not historic to have electronic music, dancing, the destruction of the river bank, and I scrimp and save and am painting the front of my house myself because I don't have a revenue stream. So if somebody's going to have a great big 8-bedroom house, they should be able to afford it, and other people on Summer Street do. There's no reason that we can't figure out a way to do that for the Wedding Cake House. So please don't allow this because of the detriment it's going to cause to the neighbors who've lived there. I know my neighbor is about to come speak. He's lived there longer than me. So thank you very much, and please consider the impact it's going to have on all of us. Don't mind an inn.
My name is Mark Baker. I live at 107 Summer Street. My father was born at 109 Summer Street, and he died at 105 Summer Street. At one point in time, my family owned 5 or 6 properties between 105 through the gas station, including the gas station, which was owned by my great-uncle as a Pontiac Hudson dealership. I'm dumbfounded here today to hear people say if you can't afford it, sell it. It's stunning to me that you could say that to a person here. Amazing. Kathy Ostrander left. I believe she's a realtor. Is that correct? I believe that in realty, it's highest and best use of a property. So if to save the property, it has to change its use. I have no problem with that. And I just wish that they could get together and figure out a way to make this happen and come up with a reasonable solution to the noise questions, the parking question. And the river is going to do what the river wants to do, and nobody in this room is going to stop that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening or good morning, depending on how long we've been here. So my name is Fausto Pfeiffer. I own Maine Venue Partners, and what we do is help historic mansions and museums survive. And as everybody was saying, their houses should be considered this, but the Wedding Cake House is the most photographed house. So that is one reason to save it. And I agree, saying that if you can't afford it, move out. I've heard a lot of people say, well, we run businesses out of our home. So the same thing would sort of kind of make sense for you as well. And I heard a lot about noise, and my career started in Philadelphia. So I know a lot of the historic homes there. My footprint is on a lot of them for the last 20 years. In order to save these homes, because that's what we really need for future generations, it isn't a question about making tons of money. We're probably looking at May through September, realistically. And you're looking, yes, absolutely, because we wouldn't allow any other.
Argue.
Let's just
Let's
let
not
him
argue.
do it.
Let him
I have been
speak.
doing this for
Let him
33
speak.
years. And oh no, for 16 here.
Please, just
Please,
let them
there's not one
comment.
venue
Make
that
your
I have.
presentation and everybody
Okay.
else let him make it.
Thank you. So with that said, when I kept hearing weddings are going to be 8 hours, that's never going to happen. We do 5-hour events, no ifs, ands, or buts. And that's with every venue in the state. We do business with 89 venues in the state of Maine, and my footprint is on most of them. We take into consideration the residents as well as the client. And we actually do our due diligence to make sure that the client that's not coming into that facility is not somebody that's going to do a DIY wedding. That would never be allowed. So that's just my 2 cents on that. So.
Thank you.
I do have to add one more thing. Somebody said that they have a lot of venues in Philadelphia. I'm sure you did the same due diligence when you went into those areas to put your venue into place.
My name is Mike Barra, and I live 109 Summer Street, across from the Wedding Cake House. My house actually sits across from the Waldo Emerson house, and my rest of my yard is bordered by the row of arborvitaes that face the Wedding Cake House. My house was built in 1875. It's been there a long time. I was a year old when my parents bought the house in 1948. I've been around a long time too. People don't slow down to look at my house. They slow down and stop to look at the Wedding Cake House. I don't think there are many people who realize that this section of Summer Street in front of the Wedding Cake House has 2 curves that are basically blind. There are 4 curves on Summer Street from the C Road to the landing store. There's one in front of the Bibber home. There's one on the Red House across from the Wedding Cake House. There's one at the Gym Service Center. And there's one in front of the landing store. People don't, I don't know if I said this, don't slow down to look at my house. They slow down to look at the Wedding Cake House. This past Wednesday, last week, from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I sat on the front steps of my house and counted the traffic that went by the Wedding Cake House, my house, that section of probably all of Summer Street. 650 vehicles an hour went through that time period. And the traffic doesn't slow down until after 6:30 in the evening. Over the years, I've watched drivers pass on the wrong side of the street. I've watched drivers park on the wrong side of the street. I've watched drivers park on neighborhood property. I've watched traffic pass other vehicles on the curve next to the Wedding Cake House, which is across from the Red House. I've watched two vehicles pass a trash truck on the same lane, going opposite directions. And yesterday, actually Sunday, I watched two drivers Sunday afternoon do U-turns in front of the Wedding Cake House. This afternoon, before I came here, there's a black pickup truck headed toward Kennebunk. Stopped and pulled off in front of the Wedding Cake House. Vehicles came around following him, going toward Kennebunk, passing across a double line in front of that truck and the Red House. Did not slow down. And traffic was coming the other direction. About 30 minutes later, a red car stopped in front of my mailbox, or right next to my mailbox, and traffic did not slow down there either. Traffic goes by going toward Kennebunk Port, and they bypass the sidewalk and the bike lane. Well, actually, they're not on the sidewalk, because there's a curb there now. But they go over to the bike lane, going toward Kennebunk Port, when people going toward Kennebunk are passing on the yellow line in front of the Wedding Cake House. In another month or so, we're going to have bus traffic, and we're going to have bus traffic, tour buses. And then you have the FedEx trucks, the UPS trucks, the commercial and maintenance vehicles that show up in the picture. I don't see how traffic will decrease in that area. I can only see it increase. So traffic is a big issue for me. I also want to acknowledge those in the landing who work tirelessly in lobbying the town for street improvement, reducing the speed limit, putting up signs identifying the historic landing area of Summer Street, and recognizing the shipbuilding history that was so important to this area. So the traffic, to me, is very important, and it helps, excuse me, to be very careful when you consider the situation, when you vote whether or not to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name has been spoken several times in the meeting. My name is Kingsbury, Henry Kingsbury. I grew up in the house you guys all know as the Waldo Emerson Inn, next to the Wedding Cake. I now live in the woods behind the Waldo Emerson house on the riverbank. And I presume to stand up and say something largely in a way of a two-faced reply to what my neighbor Dave Spofford just said about well, two things he said. One is that when he bought that Waldo Emerson Inn property, it was in terrible shape. I resent that. It was my family that kept that going for 170 years. And I want to say, I'm sort of joking when I say I resent that, but my parents and my grandparents kept that place when they couldn't afford it, and they made goddamn sure that the structural integrity of that building stayed well. There was wallpaper falling off a lot of the bedrooms and the inner rooms, so much so that when the historical people down at Sturbridge Village, and there's another one in Virginia, one of those historic, they came to the Kingsbury House to take samples of our wallpaper, which is falling off the walls because I and my brother had torn it off. But the house, take a walk around the Waldo Emerson house now, as I did just 3, 4, 5 days ago. It looks like $1 million. It looks like $10 million. And I'm going to say that's partly because my late parents scripted and saved and kept the important stuff, the really historical value of that ancient building. And when they came to realize they couldn't hack it anymore, Dave Spofford's they sold it. And it's now the Waldo Emerson Inn, and it's doing pretty damn well, as far as I can tell. So I echo Dave Spofford's comment with respect to the wedding cake house. I, as some other person a few minutes ago, we'd all like to have had a revenue stream to keep our house going. I'd still be living there. I really would. That's a magnificent house. And I cannot look at that building without feeling a mixture of pride and grief that I no longer live in that fabulous house that is part of my identity. It's where I went through Park Street School, Kennebunk High School. I slept in some room now that probably costs you $400 a night. But I am frightened by what I think is going to be the precedent, because in addition to boasting about growing up in that historic house, I was also present at the creation of the Kennebunk Historic Zone. The Kennebunk Historic Zone was created by 3 ladies on Summer Street. My mother, Nan Kingsbury, Edith Barry, who lived in the Barry House, which has been mentioned earlier today, and a lady named Hathaway, Lillian Hathaway, the 3 dames of Summer Street. And it all happened because an art history professor from Oberlin College came to Kennebunk and more or less literally grabbed my mother by the lapels and said, "You've got to put a historic zone into this town." And he took us on a guided tour of pretty much every house, from the railroad tracks to the Unitarian Church. And in many of them, this is kind of funny, we would invite ourselves into the house, and the hosts of the house would show them around the stuff, and, "Oh, this was built in such and such," and Dr. Ward would say, "No, it wasn't." But Professor Ward's observation is stuck in my mother's and she stuck it in my brain. Every house between the railroad tracks and Unitarian Church is a uniquely magnificent example of a different historic period in colonial America. Every one of those houses. Now I'm getting back to the point about the wedding cake house. Let me use the Bibber Funeral Parlor as an example. Every one of those houses, from Bibber's to the Unitarian Church, could make some kind of a genuine claim, this is a historic house, because they all are. Every one of them. Every one. This is a dangerous precedent. That's my fear. Thank you.
Thank you.
I won't take long, but because my husband and I are here and we live at 102 and we are right next door to the Wedding Cake House, I think we should actually stand up and say something.
Your name, sorry.
Deborah Tudhope. This is my husband, Jeff. First of all, we'd like to say that we bought our house in 1999, and we have put an awful lot into it in terms of effort and money, sweat, equity, money equity. And it is a house that's important to the town because it was built for the very first minister of Kennebunk, Daniel Little. So it's a house of some significance, but it's obviously not an iconic house that people stop and look at very much, although they do stop and look at it. So we'd like to say, first of all, that we think that the Edwardses have done a very, very good job with their contractor in the improvements they've made to the Wedding Cake House. We think it's lovely that it's coming back to life. But the point I want to make is this, that all evening we've been sitting here listening to some interesting points, and we've all been taking it as a given that the Wedding Cake House needs money. And I guess I'm wondering, should we not be entitled to something a little bit more specific about how that works? I mean, is it capital investment they need to restore the decorative millwork, or is it ongoing? What are we being asked, to support? So we'd like to see something about that. We certainly agree with the comprehensive plan, and it's interesting that this gentleman, on behalf of Wedding Cake House, made an irrefutable point, really, that it's an iconic house and it would be great if it could be preserved for Kennebunk. I'm not sure you'd call it a historic building. It's sort of no bigger than a lot of the houses in Summer Street, and it has no more important history than some of the houses in Summer Street, but it's got that sort of fancy, attractive look to it that makes people stop and look. So yeah, we want to see that house preserved. We think it's wonderful that there's been work being done on it. Where we have to, well, slightly part company with this application is that the case has been made beautifully, in fact, by this gentleman here, that the house is an asset to the whole town. In fact, you were saying the whole state. And it is. So the question has to be, why then is the support for the house not coming from the whole town and the whole state? Why are we and a handful of people who live right around the house being asked to subsidize it in the sense of both loss of amenity and possible loss of value? Thank you.
We'll take a few more comments.
I'm Ellen Gulkin, 116 Summer Street. Other people have been more articulate than I can be, but I would just like to say my concerns about this. Most particularly, it's the noise. I think it's been underplayed by the applicant, and I think that it's going to be a serious, serious problem. And then the other part is, of course, we'd all like a revenue stream. The house is worth it, but it is a residential area. And I see this as a totally commercial business coming in that could vastly expand over time. Because I can conceive that it could be a very popular place for weddings. And so I think it's a place to stop it right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ruben Bell. I'm a local event planner. Katie and Hunt Edwards contacted us, several months ago to talk about the feasibility of this idea that they had for the wedding cake house. And I guess all I wanted to say is in the discussions that I've had with them, one of the primary questions they have had is, can we do this without hugely impacting the neighborhood in terms of events? And they've talked about, and what we've recommended to them are limiting the scope of the things that will happen there. And we're talking about recommending much smaller events inside the barn, not out in tents in the backyard, that kind of thing. And I just felt like this was worth sharing with you all, because the idea that their plan is to host large, noisy, raging parties in the backyard isn't entirely accurate. They have had an eye on keeping things smaller, keeping things manageable, and basically vetting who they rent to in terms of what kind of events they're going to be, and not just willy-nilly renting it to anybody who wants to have a party in the backyard. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claudia Sayre. I live at 75 Summer Street. We just listened to an event planner talk about the plans that this particular owner has for how they would want to run their wedding event business. But of course, once you change the contract zone, they can sell the property to someone else who runs a wedding venue business that does it completely differently, that has no concern for limiting the number of people, for making sure that the event is in the barn as opposed to down by the riverside. So to me, looking at the specific plans of this owner isn't what we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on what the language of the change to the contract zone is going to permit future owners to do going forward. And I have to say, our daughter, we looked at a bunch of different wedding venues for her. She got married 4 years ago. None of them were in a residential district. They all had space around them. We already have buses from the cruise ships coming up and down the street. We've got the hairpin turn at the landing store. It's just not a good place to permit anyone who lives there to run a wedding business. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all very much for your comments and your patience through this process. Wayne, sorry, one last comment. I'll let you speak and then I'll have to close it there. We're getting quite late.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm sure you're all as tired as my hearing aids are. So, and if we stay much longer, we're all going to be pumpkins. So,
name for the record.
So I have a prepared statement that I'm going to hand out. I'm going to cut it short and summarize it, but it's gratifying tonight to see some of my local heroes here. Mr. Kingsbury, Mr. Smith, Mr. Murphy, Miss Winston. Where's the other one? There's another one here. But Mike Barra. All I can say is, go Rams. Okay. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak in a general manner tonight. I'm going to kind of speak from the point of view of my past colleague Bill Ward when he would send stuff down from the Legislative Policy Committee at the Maine Municipal Association, and we have this NFNA on it. And I go, what does NFA mean? He goes, neither for nor against. So I'm speaking here tonight in that mode of neither for nor against either of the two that you've talked about tonight. But I do want to bring something to your attention, and it might sting a little bit, but I don't think so, because you've been stung by me before, right? So, that's right. So, we the citizens, and particularly you as a board, maybe the most powerful board in town, continue to see submitted requests for changes or special exceptions to our current zoning regulations in the form of changes, maybe not just the wording, but in a request for contract zoning, or here's 2 words you need to remember, spot zoning. Okay, so some of you may remember spot zoning, and one of the ways we got away from calling it spot zoning was contract zoning, which means it had a quid pro quo content to it, which means the town got something in return for the town giving them something. So, and to go back and thank you for your work on LD 2003 or PL 2021, whatever it is now. You guys really been into it, did your job, and got it to the voters long before the legislature could decide what to do. But anyway, with the new comprehensive plan, most recently voted in by the citizenry, one might expect the request for spot zoning to diminish, but most recently we're seeing more requests for such consideration for one reason or another. So this is my question to you guys. With such constant demand for the seemingly need for special consideration, perhaps we should question whether the current zoning ordinance is actually addressing and meeting the needs of our citizens. So, page 1. I'm going to leave such heavy discussions and deliberations to this most thoughtful and deliberative board. Thank you.
That's it.
It didn't hurt, Wayne.
Was I short enough?
Yes. This point, Brady noticed that we also received some email comments, which you forwarded to the board earlier today. Due to the time, I'll refrain from having you read them into the record, since we have them and have seen them. So at this point, we're going to close the public hearing. Give the applicant an opportunity to respond to.
Certainly.
some of those.
Is it on?
It is, thank you.
I'll try hard not to respond to every single point. I do want to note, because I've heard it several times here, that you know, they should open an inn, right? Why not just make it an inn? I mean, I think it may be lost on some of the audience, or you know, maybe they're not aware that under the ordinances of the town, if you operate an inn, one of the allowances that you may host special functions, such as weddings, right? So the sort of thing we're asking for, you know, goes hand in hand with the definition. We've asked for the distinction here of a community venue, effectively to provide a revenue stream to build up to something greater. One of the speakers spoke to the needs to beat a fire code standards, and to you know, what there might be required as far as life and safety code inside the building. Those are all outrageously expensive improvements, and you know, but for you know, some financial assistance to get there, you know, it may never reach that full potential. Someone brought up the issue or the concern of these waivers, and again and again, I've heard this concern that once there's a contract zone, anything goes, and I would look to the board, you know, for some, you know, further clarification for the audience, you know, to that point. But you know, frankly, that's just a misrepresentation of the truth. The contract zone agreement and the contract zone itself explicitly states requirements and obligations and prohibitions that are put upon the property and upon the property owner, and those run with the land. And so while we're here with a proposed site plan, frankly, as a demonstrative aid so that people have some idea of what we're talking about, really what is at issue here is exclusively the use. And a lot of the concerns and issues that have been raised and addressed today are things that can and will be worked out as this process moves forward. And And to that end, then, I just want to, say that I take issue with the suggestion that to provide or grant a contract zone effectively gives, a carte blanche allowance to do whatever you would want. That speaks to the waivers, too. I think I heard one individual, point out that we wanted, full waivers, on some of these things. That's only at this stage. The town ordinance, as part of a full site plan review and proposal would require that you go substantially more in depth to fill out a lot of these issues or concerns or processes. Like the last applicant indicated, if this proceeds forward, there's going to be opportunity for a traffic study. There's going to be opportunity for the police chief and the fire chief and the town engineer to weigh in, substantively to explain, whether or to what extent some of these things are feasible or not. I guess lastly, I would just say that, two things. One, and I don't know any other way of saying it, so I think it's somewhat intellectually dishonest to suggest that this home is like all the others, because it's just not. It's just not. And the second, and it offends me on behalf of the applicant, is this idea that if you can't afford it, sell it, right? If you have problems pouring literally hundreds of thousands of dollars into this important and unique piece of property, then you don't deserve to have it. My question or response to you in that, right, to that question is, we know who the current owner is. They have a reputation. Their family has a reputation. They've been part of this community. They're here with a plan, well thought out, well prepared. You don't know who else might come upon this property. You don't know what someone else's intentions or capacity might be. And so, sometimes the evil you know is better than the evil you don't. I would say here that you have a very clear idea of who you're dealing with and what it is that's going to happen. And so to just suggest that, you should sell it and let somebody else do this, I think is, missing the bus a little bit. And with that, I'll complete my comments.
Thank you. Yeah, the last one was too short. Yeah. Again, I thank you all for your well thought out and your comments, your passion for your neighborhoods and your property and the community at large. We take our jobs here seriously, and we appreciate the time you've come and spent with us tonight to help us get through this. So to the board, comments, questions about the contract zone, the language? Dan?
Thank you for starting here again.
Well, it's a privilege.
Stop looking at him.
I can I'll start this end if you want.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Richard.
No, I would yield down that way first.
Your comments, questions?
I had two or three concerns at the beginning of the evening, and I've still got the same two or three concerns that haven't been answered. It's 11:30 at night, and I'm not so sure I can make a decision on this tonight. There was an awful lot of good input on both sides, and I think it deserves some time to think about the input that we got from both sides. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Bob?
That was a big help.
Yeah.
It was past your bedtime, I know.
I didn't say I was going to give you the answers.
Well, I guess I have some concerns that, and maybe I've missed it in some of what's been submitted. One is fully understanding what the capacity of this venue can be. How many patrons for an event could actually fit into the rooms that you're showing on the plan for event space? Okay, what is that seating capacity in terms of the venue?
100.
Total of 100. Okay. The other question comes down, and the one gentleman who stood up had been an advisor to your client in terms of events. The question I have is, given the size of this, except for the component, just how many events would you anticipate? That puts you on a spot. But that's a question I have. How many events can be looked at, and what is the seasonal duration of that?
Sure, and I am not an event planner, but in general answer, I can say that traditionally, I think weddings normally take place on Saturdays, right? So.
Oh, they've gone
all right,
more now.
There you go. Yeah, harumph, right?
I want to say something after.
Just introduce yourself, thank you.
I'm Hunt Edwards. I own the Wedding Cake House, and I am the general manager of it, and I will always be the general manager until I don't own it anymore. Thank you. I didn't ask for this job, but I'm trying to do my best at saving that house for the town of Kennebunk. If somebody wants that job, come take it. But I'm doing my best on it. The other side of this events, everybody assumes it's a wedding because it's the Wedding Cake House. The events are cocktail parties, or maybe a rehearsal dinner, birthday parties. They aren't all weddings. So that's one criteria is it's not always a wedding there. But looking at different options on how to do this, there aren't too many. And that house still needs a ton of work. We're looking at probably size sitting here, my GC, we're looking at probably another $500,000 on the trim of that house. And that's what everybody wants to see. If they don't want to see that, it can all come off. Now that's what Tom Murphy's afraid of. And that can happen because if some way this doesn't come together there aren't very many people out there that are going to step up and buy that house and spend $500,000. It's probably going to take more than that, don't you think, Si? Probably more than $500,000 to save the trim line. I've saved the rest of it. The carriage house and the barn were falling down. They should have been almost torn down. We've redone the house. The house is usable now. In 2019, when I started, it was not. It was not livable. The furnace didn't work. You couldn't stay in it. It was a disaster inside. And I've brought this house back to where it's a usable house right now. And it's still, I look at it, it's still an eyesore because of all the trim that's rotting, that's literally falling off as we speak. In March, we lost one of the big spans, 22 feet, on the west side of that house, blew off. Fell to the ground, it's all broken up. I'm scared the next level's getting ready to come down. So it's just a matter of removing it and paint the house and call it a day. Or we can find a way to keep the Wedding Cake House. That's my spiel for the moment.
Thank you.
Better said.
Thank you.
Let me finish?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. My concern is, how do we structure a language of the contract that protects the interest to preserve that piece of architecture and history? As you indicated on the cover of the comprehensive plan, of which Janice and I and one missing member of the board spent 4.5 years, I think, of our lives through COVID to finally get that thing updated. That's an important piece, and that was a lot of discussion by members of the committee. How do you protect it? How do you preserve it? Where do you find money to help a landowner to do it? So it is a critical piece, as you said, identified in our comp plan, and it is. I'm struggling with how the language gets written that allows the property to be saved and be a sustainable piece of property, and at the same time protect the neighborhood and the character. Now, whether or not every property on Summer Street is gonna come knocking on the door of the contract zone, this board, when we've done contract zones, we are looking at it for the public benefit and what that criteria is. And there are contract zones that have been in residential neighborhoods, okay? And there were commercial use, and one of those was the train station, okay, the old depot. That being said, we need to find some way the language is put in that protects the integrity of the property, protects the owner and future owners, and at the same time protecting the neighborhood character. I'm struggling with part of that right now. So I need to feel more comfortable with the detail of how it's going to function, a little more detailed information in terms of the venue operation. I think that would help me get a better handle on your thought process. So what you just stated to the board gives us more detail than I saw that we've had with the submission, okay? At least in my mind. I need to have more succinct documentation that can be incorporated into the language that makes me comfortable enough to make a recommendation. And again, to the public, all this board does is makes a recommendation onto the Board of Selectmen as to how to do it. And as David said, they have relied heavily on the planning board. We used to have joint meetings with the planning board and the select board. But that being said, that it ultimately goes to the voters to make that final determination. We take all the information and succinctly dissect it before we make any sort of recommendation. So that's.
Let me just say, I want to say, I've had some parties there. I let my friend Eddie Biba have his party for his daughter for a family meet and greet for his wedding. And we had 50 people there. We had music playing. The music shut off at 9 o'clock like I requested, and everybody's gone by 10. So we've done it. You haven't heard any noise over there because you didn't complain.
Yes.
We heard it. Did you? Well, you should have come and said something. You should have come and said something.
All right. Thank you.
But, I mean, was it intrusive?
All right.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
Let's not have a
Okay,
debate.
but everything's not a wedding. And everything, it can be an attorney's party there. There's lots of things the event covers, not just weddings. So. Unfortunately, it's called the wedding cake.
It's not unfortunate.
You change the name?
The cake house? No. Doesn't have the same ring.
I think we're losing it.
Yes, it's getting late.
But I think from my perspective, and to Dick's point and Chris's point, it's getting late. And trying to really put all the facts together of all the comments we've had, I don't think we've ever had 2 contract zones in one night in public hearing, so that's I need a little more time to digest the information. I would like a little more information in terms of some of the thought process behind the venue operation. You've given us a lot, but I've heard it. I'd like to see something in writing and then how it actually can be incorporated into the language of the contract. So that's my take.
Janice?
I'll echo that. I think what we want to see is sort of a business plan. You know, and you do call out weddings here, so that's why people thought that. So
Well, not exclusive, it says.
there's so many different ways you can get funds for historic preservation, and there's grants. There's state, there's federal grants. There's other uses you could consider, you know, tours, et cetera. That would be probably much less intrusive on the neighbors. I totally get it. We've 18 people, and I think well over half of them mentioned noise and being a residential neighborhood. And we take those comments very seriously. I was picturing myself if I was living next door or across the street, how I would feel. I live in a historic neighborhood, and we had one occasion where neighbors had a party on 4th of July, and it was not fun. So we would probably need to know a lot more detail about the number of events, And myself, I would like to see them confined to inside the building rather than outside. That may go a long way toward, you can certainly still have weddings and keep them inside. And if a little noise escapes, it's not going to be like having that tent in the backyard. And I would say that for events in general, not just a wedding, anytime when there's music. And that's just my feelings about it. I'd like more detail, like Bob said, a business plan, and hours, and I'm really not happy with the 7 a.m. And I would cut it off at 9 p.m. because that's just courtesy. So that's my feelings. I'd like to see more information for the next time. I definitely agree with this house being a special case in that it's deserving of special treatment. And I get the point. It's in a residential neighborhood, but I know how much interest there is in this house from visitors. So I'm looking at all those different balancing things. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. I think when we first saw this proposal, our first concern was over noise and what that impact was of the abutters. And I think, recognize that is one of our big concerns. My time in Kennebunk has been far less than everybody in this room I could probably guarantee. But the reason I chose coming to this town to live is because of some of the historical significance of it. And I came to this town knowing that I was going to deal with traffic. I was going to deal with people on vacation coming into the community that I live in, and it's just part of the town we live in. And it's kind of nice to know that people want to come and see our town. And that's one of the reasons why I chose that. And the Wedding Cake House, as well as many other towns or houses, are significant in our town. I think the board over the years has done things to try to help homeowners of these historic homes afford to maintain them by allowing multiple residencies in a property. Right next door is an inn. So it's not like it's a far reach that some of this can't take place. It's just how does it get done? I think to Bob's point, it's all in the language. I want to believe that the owners have the best intentions, but you never know what's going to happen in the future. But like everybody else, I think that time to think about it and ponder and get more information is going to be critical. But certainly don't think that these concerns have fallen on deaf ears, because I know the board takes it very seriously, as do I.
Thanks, Dan. That's well said. So I guess I would charge you, we're not going to take an action on this tonight. One, it's late. We don't make good decisions this evening, but we definitely got some good input. I think you've heard a lot of concerns from the public and from us. I think if you were able to come up with some ideas on how you might alleviate some of the concerns about the size, the number of events, the managing hours, some of those things. If you talk to your client, if there's ways you can write that up, that might might be able to put in that language to help alleviate a lot of those concerns. I think we'd like to look into some of that. Any other suggestions? But I think that's a place to start. I mean, with giving you some idea of where I think we would like to see this go next, before we can make a recommendation. So, do you have any comments?
I think we can communicate with the applicants and try to help them tune that in, knowing where the board's going with that. So we understand that. Yep.
Do you have any further questions for us at this point?
No, sir.
Okay. What is your point of? Yes, please.
Gail Spofford, may I address Mr. Edwards?
No.
No, okay, then I'll say it through you to Mr. Edwards. I am willing to volunteer to help look at other ways to raise money for the house. I'm willing to serve on a committee. I just wanted him to know that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for your time. We are done hearing on this application. Board has
This
a-
public
we're-
hearing is closed.
This public hearing is closed. Thank you for that. And we will move on to other business. So thank you, sir. I don't know if we're going to be able to hear anybody. Are there any board members have any comments about the minutes? Any corrections? Okay. is there-
Motion to approve the minutes of the meeting of July 10th, 2023 as presented.
A second.
Yep, I did.
Bob's made a
Second.
motion to approve the minutes. It's been seconded by Dan.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. I abstain I was not here. So 4 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention. The minutes are approved. 4. So the minutes of the previous meeting have been approved. Anything else for us?
We did election of officers at the last meeting, and you were appointed
Yes.
chair again. You're welcome.
I did. You sure? Wait, I was going to bring that up as a correction. Is there an error there? Okay.
Unanimous, too.
No.
That's all I have.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn.
Second that, will you?
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We adjourned. 11:47 p.m.